Why am I angry? And why is my mic not working? Hello? I swear to God, every time I start the stream, something has to go wrong. Good evening. By the end of this, we'll have a proper start without any technical issues. Ow. Good to know that's working. Well, no, it's not working. You're missing me. My test is not set up correctly because I'm in just chatting. This is the reason I went to proper model, so it automatically tracks my fucking model. Tee. Scuff is merely a tradition at this point. I always say, how can you be a VTuber if you don't have Scuff? To be VTuber is to have Scuff. But yeah, good evening. I hope everyone is doing well. I hope everyone is excited. Also, Depresso, thank you for the follow. That happened while I was still waiting to get started, so I couldn't say thank you on stream yet. But yeah, today we're starting Ace Attorney Investigations 2, which is very exciting for me as well. Because that's a new game. That is a game I have not been able to play myself yet because I never played the fan translation that was released either. So I have no idea what's going to happen in this game. All I know is that it's a lot longer than Ace Attorney Investigations 1, so we're doing 2-parters next week. The schedule for next week will be up on my Twitter later tonight as well. I forgot to upload it earlier. But yeah, with all my preamble out of the way, I guess, let's go and get into the game and let's meet our voice actors for tonight.
Take that!
I wasn't going to give you the satisfaction to bark on Discord. Is Gian even here?
Yes.
Okay, because you weren't responding.
I spaced out for a second.
Aha. 2-parters, I might finally be able to go to bed in time. No, there's just going to be 2-parters of each 6 hours. It's either that or one 12-hour stream, which no one feels like doing.
I can do 12-hour streams.
You're just built differently in that case.
Yeah, I kind of fucking am.
I think I'd rather die.
Then perish.
Okay. End stream. All right, considering we still have one of our regular voice actors ill.
Dead, I killed them.
Dead, exactly. We're going to have to take over. So we're going to be doing 3 characters per person again. As usual
Oh
these
boy.
days.
I got my buddy Glebus here though, so
I don't think he's actually going to be necessary today.
Oh no, he is. He's voicing Winston Payne, I think.
The fun thing about Winston Payne is that he actually has like a really shrill voice in the other games. Like he has an objection voice line. It fucking hurts my ears.
I mean, hey, I'll talk to Glebus about it. See what Glebus thinks.
Die for your passions, Alfira. I already am. This fucking thing will... This will be the death of me. Anyways, let's go over the role list for tonight.
Hi, Cat Snavel.
For Miles Edgeworth, D. Jun Wang, and John Doe, it's yours truly, the alien herself. For Tabby Lloyd, Kay Faraday, and Winston Payne, it's Ash.
Hi.
And for Bronco Knight and Dick Gumshoe, it's a Gian.
Hello.
All right. With introductions out of the way, let's get started before we're here for another 6 hours again, just because of me rambling. Why does it want me to start Turnabout Ablaze again? No. I guess I have to
Alfira,
load in the new game.
I can't help but notice that you're not streaming the game.
Oh
to
yeah,
us.
it might be useful if I did though. Huh?
Yeah, maybe. Moderate. I mean, a little bit. I mean,
Who would
I
have?
wouldn't mind.
Who would have thunk?
I like being able to read the dialogue before I actually say any of it. You know, I mean,
Gee, who would ever want to do that?
I don't know.
Skill issue, if you ask me.
I didn't though, did I?
No, you didn't. All right. Discord's
I'm gonna mute
working?
my mic and fidget with the fidget toy. Yeah, it's working.
All right, good. A slight recap of what? There is no recap. We're starting a new game. Just do the whole first game again as a recap. I think I'd rather die.
One Piece ass recap.
Here he comes! The presidential plane descends from the... yeah. It's making its final approach. We're in fucking Shengfa. Where have we heard that name before? And now, sir, your audience awaits. Honored friends and allies, I am here today to deliver a message. The odious criminals that dogged my beloved nation are no more, thanks to the prosecutor's office of your great country.
Counterpoint.
Gun. Motherfucker. Where have we seen that art before? Kind of amused by the fact that they decided to call a prosecutor to investigate the case and not, you know, the fucking police.
I mean, Miles Edgeworth is basically a police officer.
The news must be halfway around the world already. After all, it's not every day an attempt is made on the life of a nation's president. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor. I came as soon as I got the call. The moment the phone rang, I knew it was serious.
Mr. Edgeworth! Thank goodness you're here, sir.
Miles has to do Gumshoe's job for him so much he might as well be a detective. That is true. Too true. This is Dick Gumshoe, a detective with the local precinct. He's the one usually assigned to my cases. How is the president, detective?
We still don't know, Mr. Edgeworth. The medic just boarded the plane a few minutes ago.
I see. I hope he's alright. Then I suppose you'd better show me the scene of the crime instead. The game audio is still crackly. Okay, I guess my Discord is just not feeling it right now. Give me a minute. I might have to reload the game audio.
Oh, shucks. I thought it sounded okay.
I'm guessing it just has issues on certain moments or something. I'm hoping it's fixed now, otherwise I have no idea what to do about it. I was having audio issues before I started stream as well.
Name a better duo than Audio Issues and Delphira Nova.
For fucking real though. Chat, is it fixed right now or?
Sounds okay to me.
All right, let's hope it stays that way.
Where's the alien though?
Hidden behind the fucking game. Give me a sec. There we go. Then I suppose you'd better show me the scene of the crime instead.
Right away, sir.
No idea who that's gonna be actually. Jan, you did this one.
Hey, I said hey. Yeah, you, Ruffles.
Oh, this is me. Okay.
Who's that? Oh,
You're the prosecutor in charge of this here case, ain't you? Wanna give me your first impressions? Anything strike y'all as odd? Oh, this is perfect for me.
no comment. Detective Gumshoe with me.
Come on now, Mr. Prosecutor, don't be like that.
Mr. Edgeworth, wait for me.
Now, Detective, I'll need the facts of the case in as much detail as you can give me.
Well, the scene was right here at Gourd Lake, as you already know. A bunch of people were gathered to welcome the president of Zhengfa.
Dijun Wang. Yes, I read about his visit. It's been all over the news for days now.
It was raining until just before he landed. Luckily it let up and he went on stage as planned. And then smack dab in the middle of his speech. Bang! A gun goes off and everybody runs for cover, terrified for their lives. Apparently.
Apparently.
Truth is, I only just showed up myself. I don't know a whole lot more than you do, sir.
You were summoned on short notice as well.
Sure was, right in the middle of my day off.
I was at the office taking advantage of the peace and quiet to prepare for my next case.
And then the boss himself calls you to the scene. Never a dull moment, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
The boss?
Yeah, Chief Prosecutor was right here in the park. Saw the whole thing. First chance he got, he yelled at the top of his lungs. Get me Edgeworth right away! He's the only man for the job! Something like that.
I see.
Oh, they cordoned the perimeter of the park off as soon as it happened. You'll be happy to know.
So our would-be assassin is still here somewhere. Good.
Now, all you gotta do is find them in the middle of that crowd before they strike again.
You're right. We don't know what else our culprit might be planning. These people are in danger. We don't have a moment to lose. Let's begin with the basics.
And search every inch of the crime scene for clues, no matter how insignificant they may seem.
Precisely. The president was shot at, which means a gun was involved. That's our first clue.
Nothing gets past him.
Alright. Duly noted. Detective Gumshoe, how exactly was the security detail surrounding the president's speech organized?
Well, sir, our officers were mainly focused on securing the perimeter of the park. The president's people took charge of the rest. He has his own team of bodyguards.
See, oh, sorry.
See those guys over there? Maybe we should ask them a few questions.
If I want to talk with them, I'll need to walk over and press X. Oh, here we go again.
Oh, that's how you talk to people? Oh, I've been doing it wrong this whole time.
Can I help you?
You're one of the president's bodyguards, correct? Could you tell me how the security detail was arranged during the speech?
Two of our senior operatives were attached to the president. The rest secured the stage. This isn't our first rodeo. Anything suspicious in that crowd, and we would have spotted it right away.
I see. So the president's security was tightly orchestrated for the duration of his speech. Let's investigate further. We should speak with other witnesses and continue to look over the crime scene. We can't afford to leave any stone unturned.
So that's how y'all go about it, huh? Sure is something seeing the pros at work. Care to share a little about what happens to that information once you've got a hold of it?
Bystanders. This one seems persistent, but I can't afford to get distracted.
Hey, Ruffles! I asked you a question, dang it! What happens next?
Well, we put all the information together and try to find connections, right, sir?
Detective?
Aw, don't be so hard on the poor guy. So, connections, you say. And what next?
Well, I guess you'd say we connect the dots. Connect one piece of information to another. It's Mr. Edgeworth's forte. He's a logic master.
I can view what information I have with... whatever. I should try it now. Just a Why does it keep showing me keyboard controls now? Just a quick press of Q and we'll be off down the path of logic. Audio is crackly again. Motherfucker. Hi, Saber. Give me a sec, we're dealing with technical difficulties.
Sounds like CPU underruns to me. But that's because I'm stupid.
I think it's an issue with OBS itself. Not sure what I can do about it though. Might just have to roll with it, sadly. Maybe. Who's your favorite Ace Attorney character? Franziska, which will probably not come as a surprise to anyone. Yeah, I'll probably just have to roll with it for now, and I'll have to see if I can fix it after stream. Sorry. I don't actually like Baron von Zeeks that much. Despite the president's tight security, the perpetrators still managed to carry out their attack. Completely undetected by a contingent of highly trained bodyguards, no less. No mean feat. This would have taken some serious planning. In other words, the assassination attempt was almost certainly premeditated.
That's the stuff, Mr. Edgeworth. The old logic never fails, huh?
Indeed. All we need to do is find the right clues, then make the right connections between them. Make the wrong connections, however, and we'll only wind up further from the truth. Which means I must make well-reasoned connections if I intend to draw logical conclusions.
The developers should take that advice.
Let's get this investigation started. Time to examine anything that looks suspicious.
To examine things, I simply need to walk up to them and press X. And if I wish to speak with a detective, I should use triangle. I like him since he doesn't cheat. The only other prosecutor who had like that is Clavier. I like the bullshit that they come up with in Ace Attorney though, so I don't mind the way some characters just cheat their way out of shit. So the president had a nasty surprise while he was giving a speech.
Same thing happened to me when I was a kid, right in the middle of a public speaking contest. There I was, yammering away, when all of a sudden, earthquake! Almost jumped out of it.
Oh, sorry.
Almost jumped out of my skin.
That sounds terrifying. Even the word earthquake makes me queasy.
You were listening, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were ignoring my little aside like always.
Maybe I should have. No. Oh no, not again.
I was as surprised as you, sir, but there's no mistaking it.
It's the Steel Samurai. The Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. It's a popular TV show. Old, young, it doesn't matter. It truly has something for everyone.
Beats me why they had a Steel Samurai balloon at a welcome party for a foreign president.
It is a little odd, although, now that I think about it, what better hero to represent our nation? I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Is that going to be this game's nook and cranny, I wonder?
If it is, then you're going to read it out every single time.
End my suffering.
Breaks your heart, don't it?
It does. What villainy could have befallen him?
Witnesses said he popped right about when the gun went off.
Which would strongly suggest that a bullet struck the balloon.
Looks like we got a case of cold-blooded samurai murder on our hands.
This is sacrilege. I won't rest until the culprit has been apprehended. Detective, we cannot let this vile assassin escape.
We won't, sir. You can count on it.
It's the flag of Zhengfa. The key motive is a blazing red phoenix. Wait, what's this?
Something the matter, sir?
You don't see it, Detective? There's something unusual about this flag. Compare it with the one on the other side of the stage, if you will.
Oh, that's a beauty right there. Just look at it flapping in the wind. It's immaculate.
Exactly, which is how a flag should look. And yet, here we see quite a different picture. One thing in particular stands out, don't you think?
Right, of course, is it, I give up. Come on, spill the beans.
You can lead a horse to water. I'll just have to move the cursor to the problematic spot and highlight the difference with triangle. There's a fucking bullet wound in here. Look closely. Do you see the hole?
Whoa, look at that. You're right, sir.
And note the burn marks around the edges. That's a bullet hole. There's no mistaking it.
A bullet hole? So you're saying a bullet went through this flag?
I think I've gathered enough information for the moment. Time to put the pieces together and see what we can figure out. There's a bullet hole in the flag, and it seems highly likely the balloon was spotted by a bullet too.
Which means 2 shots were fired. Right, sir?
Possibly even 3. The president was shot at as well, remember? Equally, the hole in the flag and the hole in the balloon could have been made by the same bullet. What we need to know is how many gunshots there were. That was fast. All right, on with the Oh.
Ruffles! Ruffles! Y'all figured something out, huh? Care to share?
Who exactly is she? And why does she keep shouting at us?
Rubbernecker, I guess. Seems pretty interested in the case.
Come on, give me something here.
We do need to speak with some witnesses to find out how many gunshots there were. Fine, let's see if she can tell us anything. Please be divorced, Steel Samurai. Please let there be no Wendy Oldbag in this game anymore.
But I love Wendy Oldbag.
Edgeworth doesn't.
There y'all are. That's the best line read you're getting for that, sorry. Tabby Lloyd, at your service. I'm looking into the case for, well, just for me right now, but...
Looking into the case. Miss Lloyd, was it? Miss Lloyd, there's something I'd like to ask you.
Well, what can you tell me? Any exclusive details you want to share? How about the perp? Have they made any demands? What about them there, Ruffles? Where does a feller buy a cravat like that?
Hold it! Will you be quiet for a moment? I'll be asking the questions here.
Dang. Here, I thought I could get me something juicy for my piece.
I need to know about the shooting. Can you tell me how many gunshots you heard?
Why, I most certainly cannot.
I beg your pardon?
I can't just be handing out leads for free. That stuff's my livelihood.
Aw, come on, don't hold out on us. We all gotta share sometimes.
Me? Hold out on you? Well, if y'all are gonna be like that, I'll be moving right along. Goodbye!
Wait!
Wait for what exactly, huh? Huh? If you got nothing for me, I'm gone!
We're fresh out of moves here.
Out of moves, I wouldn't be so sure.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
As you know, Detective, I like to play a little chess. And what does one do in chess when an opponent adopts a defensive position? Ow. Why, the board offers any number of options, but some are more effective than others.
Sorry, sir, but this is all going way over my head.
No matter how impenetrable an opponent's defense may seem, it can always be overcome. Watch and learn, Detective, as I shatter my opponent's resolve with the power of words.
He's such a dork.
When attempting to draw out an entrenched opponent, one must employ certain tactics. Let us picture the board and see if we can anticipate our adversary's next move. Now we must analyze the state of play.
Y'all ain't getting nothing out of me. Not until you give me something in return.
My opponent has dug herself in deep. Her defenses won't be easily broken. But I can't afford to try her patience by taking too long to plot my next move. In other words, I must be conscious not just of my strategy, but also of the passing of time. That said, I can't afford to waste words either. In fact, it can pay dividends not to. If my opponent gets too agitated...
If you're fixing to ask me something, will you dang well ask it already?
I may be able to gain a tactical advantage by calmly biding my time. Then, when I see a crack in my opponent's armor, I pounce. I should begin by finding out what it is that she does. Alright, time to make my opening gambit.
What the fuck is this?
Mind chess. Or
Oh,
logic
of course,
chess.
sorry, my mistake.
Why don't you begin by telling me about what it is that you do?
Oh, sure. Or I could totally not do that. Think I don't know when to keep my mouth shut. That's my job.
Is it now? So you do something you won't or can't tell anybody about?
No, Shut up! I ain't no lawbreaker if that's what you're insinuating.
If Miles sees crack, he pounces. Noted. Don't you see? There's nowhere left to hide.
I'm not rightly sure what you're getting at here, Ruffles.
Curses, I should have picked my words more wisely. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's more effective to bide my time the more agitated or upset my opponent seems. And when they're vulnerable, that's the time to go on the verbal offensive. Okay.
I'm a law-abiding, everyday citizen, and you got no reason to say otherwise.
Forgive me, I meant nothing by it. If it's something you can't tell me about, I imagine it must be very important work indeed.
Huh? Well, sure, I guess. Leastways, it will be once I bag me my first big scoop.
I see. It's a scoop you're after. So you're a journalist, is that correct?
Dang. Sure. I'm your friendly neighborhood reporter. The hungriest cub on the beat.
That's the mystery of what she does for a living solved. Perhaps our hungry young cub has gathered information vital to the case. Let's make that our next line of inquiry. With the opening moves concluded, the mid-game approaches. What else does she have to tell us? You're a reporter, which means you must have been making a record of some kind.
You got more questions. You gotta give me something first. That's the deal.
I am not in the habit of making deals. Now tell me what I need to know.
Sorry, Ruffles. Can't help you.
I don't have a clue as to how to push the conversation forward. I'll have to try another tack. At the time of the incident, were you present at the scene of the crime?
Oh, come on now, Ruffles. You ain't gonna give the little old tabby something first.
Absolutely not.
Then I ain't giving you nothing either! You think I'm a sucker? Think again! Fuck you laughing at? Come on, it's my career we're talking about. You gotta give me something.
The idea that you can just go hand it over or you're under arrest.
Do it.
No. Sadly, the more you know, the more you might find yourself in danger.
I ain't scared. I'm a pro. Takes more than the sound of a little gunfire to faze me.
You may be a pro, as you put it, but I'd say you're still a little wet behind the ears. You say you heard gunfire, which proves you were here at the time of the crime. Therefore, you must have seen something.
Double dang. Fine, I was here. I saw it. Came to report in the big speech, wound up reporting on a shooting. And you won't get no more out of me than that. I'm done with your tricks, Ruffles!
If she came to report on the event, she must have made a record of some kind. A record I would very much like to get my hands on. This is quite a clue as to where to take the conversation next. You're a reporter, which means you must have been making a record of some kind.
You got more questions. You gotta give me something first. That's the deal.
Miss Lloyd, do you ever get that feeling of deja vu?
Yeah, come to think of it, didn't we have this conversation before?
I am not in the habit of making deals. Now tell me what I need to know.
Sorry, Ruffles. Can't help you.
Time to deploy my clue. No self-respecting reporter would leave the house without the means of putting things on the record. So tell me, Miss Lloyd, where is yours?
Of course I made a record! Told you I'm a pro! Dang near wore my shoes out running around on this one! Which is why I'm not about to just hand it over to the first person who asks me.
I am not just anyone, young lady. I am the prosecutor in charge of this case.
Don't you young lady me, you ain't getting it, no matter how many times you ask. You understand, don't you, Ruffles? It ain't nothing personal.
I understand that your job is a difficult one,
Oh, you do? Well, ain't that sweet.
and in such a competitive field, you must sometimes doubt you'll ever succeed.
No, I'll go plenty far, I'm sure of it. Yeah. So as long as I got my trusty tape recorder, I'll always be ready to nab me a scoop. I'm apparently a fucking moron, though.
Intriguing. A young reporter hungry for success. So dedicated to her craft that to leave such an important event unrecorded would be unthinkable. And indeed she did not. She committed the entire event to tape.
Dang it! This is my scoop you're messing with, my big break! Fine, sure, I recorded the whole darn thing. It's all right here. You got me, okay?
Checkmate.
God, he's such a dork. You're something else, Ruffles.
He's a dork, but that's why we love him.
Yeah. I was trying to be all strong and silent, but you had me singing like a canary.
Never mind that, now play us the tape. They should finally tell us how many shots were fired. Miss Lloyd, stop being a petulant little child and give me that fucking tape.
No, it's mine.
What if I strangled you, you wench?
I've got a bear trap on this bag!
Ah!
Fine, you can hear it, but I got conditions.
She is pretty. I like her design, even if it's a bit fucking wild.
You played me like a fiddle, Ruffles. Only the chief ever played me so good. What? So you gotta agree to be chief number 2, and be mentor to a rising star, aka me.
I wonder who the chief is.
Chief number 2, huh? Kinda like a second parent? That's a big responsibility, sir.
I'd play her pretty good. Fucking hell.
And one more thing. I want exclusive reporting rights for the first 24 hours! Come on, you gotta say yes. What kind of mentor wouldn't give its star people the exclusive, huh?
She's a difficult woman to refuse. And I need to hear that recording. 24 hours is more than I can promise, but the story is yours until the case is solved.
And the job of the chief number 2?
I think not.
You're no fun. But I guess a girl can't have everything. All for the sake of the scoop, huh? Alright, you got yourself a deal. I got exclusive access starting right this second, Ruffles.
Good. Then our first order of business is to listen to that tape. Honored friends and allies, I am here today to deliver a message. The odious criminals that dogged my beloved nation are no more. The president's speech. That might be Tabby?
I'll read it as though it's
Yeah.
The president passionately addresses the assembled crowd, as if trying to shake off the reports of his declining popularity by sheer force of will. That there's me. Can't beat a little live commentary to set the scene.
Hi, Momo.
Do you think that's still Tabby?
That's still... I don't know. Let's roll with it, yeah.
The meeting is scheduled for just after the speech, correct? He seems pretty pleased to be able to put the whole Yatagarasu situation behind him. As well he should be. This is a great day for all of us.
Whose voices are these?
Fuck.
Oh well.
Oh, there were these 2 old guys standing right in front of me. whispering away to each other the whole darn time.
I know their voices from somewhere.
Wait, the part where the gun goes off is right after this. The president thrusts his fists into the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch.
The battle against evil rages on. Here today I make you this solemn promise. We shall crush the wicked with the righteous hammer of justice. Oh.
What the? Ha!
So, 2 shots are fired.
Yeah, and that tells us something.
Something very important indeed. It allows us to deduce the trajectory of one of our bullets. Of the 2 shots fired, one hit the president, which means the other must have passed through both the flag and the balloon in that order. Which, as you can see, allows us to deduce the position of our shooter. The only possible place from which a bullet could have been fired through the flag and into the balloon is...
From the grassy knoll.
like, here, right? Or...
I mean, it could be from further back.
Eh. Yeah, I guess we're wrong. Here, yes, there's no doubt about it. This is where our shooter was standing.
You sure about that, Ruffles?
Watch your mouth, kid. Mr. Edgeworth's power of deduction never fail. He takes the evidence, puts it together, uses his logic, and bam! Out comes the truth. Every time. Can't wait to hear the logic behind this one. Well, sir, how'd you do it? Sir?
One moment,
It's alright, Ruffles. We all make mistakes.
I picked the wrong spot. Moderately confused in that case, but...
It's further back, right?
Is it?
I mean,
A little more back.
this is moderately confusing because they could actually have been positioned basically anywhere in the lower left quarter of the layout.
It doesn't help that I'm... Wait, let me grab my mouse for a second. Oh yeah, no, because then it doesn't follow my cursor. It doesn't help that I'm using a controller for this, so I... Like here?
We don't know
No, more
the
in the
trajectory
center.
with which the bullet hit the president, right? So there's actually no way you can determine this accurately right now.
Yeah, this is fucking dumb. What?
This is really stupid.
Here?
It could literally be anywhere in that bottom left quarter of the screen. There's not
But
really
you
any
have
way
to
you
make
can
the-
actually
the
determine it.
2 lines cross, so it's like somewhere in the middle pathway.
But that depends what angle the bullet hit the
Well,
president at, right? Because like if it hit him straight
Yeah.
on, then yeah. But if it hit him in his side or something, then
And once again, I can't check my organizer, so I can't check if I know anything about that. This is dumb. What?
kind of a doo-doo ass moment, to be honest. It probably wants you to put it somewhere in like the
Here?
center aisle, though I don't.
But that would make no sense, because then people would know who the shooter was.
Yeah, good point.
Yuxi! I'm getting raided. Give me a sec. Think
One.
about this in the meantime. Hi, Yuxi. Hi, Raiders. Hello. Also, disclaimer, we might be having audio issues right now, so I'm sorry if shit is a bit crackly. Hi, Raiders. Hi, Yuxi. What were you playing? But hello to anyone who doesn't know me. I am Alfira Nova, the Supernova VTuber, currently turned prosecutor, because we have been playing the Ace Attorney Investigations collection for the past week and a half by now. No, week. But yeah, hi. How are you doing? What were you playing? I got a rating. Get the fuck out because I don't want spoilers. That's fair. We started the second game today. But yeah. Hello, Nico. But yeah, for anyone... Oh, right, yeah. I forgot the name, but I know which one you mean. I hope it's fun. I might want to try that myself someday. Alfira Nova, local gay alien and funny person. That's an accurate description. Thank you, Lane. But yeah, to anyone that just joined us from the raid, if you need to go and grab a snack, grab a drink, or anything else, or if you don't want to get spoiled, totally okay to leave. For anyone else that wants to stay and hang out with us and play Ace Attorney, hi, we're fully voice acting the entire game. On that note, where were we? Oh yeah, figuring out this yee ass fucking puzzle.
Just stick the thing in the bottom left quarter of the screen somewhere.
Take that!
Yeah, okay. The funny thing is, right? The position I chose could have also worked.
Like, any position along that line from, like, the top of this stage to the bottom is a valid answer to this question, surely. Like,
Right?
You don't know what trajectory the bullet that hit the president took. How are you meant to figure that out in any reasonable way other than by just basically fucking guessing?
Yeah, that was dumb. Ripped throats. I think hopefully this case will be fine. Last case was a fucking doozy.
It was fine.
Yeah, totally. But yeah, bye Yuxi. Be safe. Get some rest. Go the fuck to sleep. I think their logic was drawing a line overlapping the two X's, but that also doesn't work. Like, huh? Like, the thing is, the position I chose earlier was over here. That would have also worked, but the game didn't. Obviously, that wasn't the right answer. This entire puzzle is fucked.
It's possible that it just wanted an answer in the bottom left quarter of the screen, I guess, which...
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I guess
Whatever.
that's okay.
And places our shooter on the left-hand side of the spectator area.
Ah, okay.
You're a
Wait.
genius, Mr. Edgeworth.
Why is Cam yelling about it, right? Cam, weren't you streaming yourself? Where did that come from, Olives? Hi, Cam. Detective Gumshoe, I'll need to examine the left side of the spectator area.
Roger that, sir. So you need me to clear all those people out of the way, I guess?
Sure, Crane. Yeah, I'm confused. But hi, Cam. Hope you're doing okay. I do, and what evidence remains to be found may already be deteriorating. So I'll need you to be quick about it.
Yes, sir.
Chief! Hey, I'm talking to you, Chief.
I suppose you mean me, Miss Lloyd?
I surely do. You gotta let me help out. This stuff's my forte. I'm the best crowd herder you ever did see. I'll prod, pummel, and push him wherever you like.
A very kind offer, but I think a less hands-on approach might be preferable. Also,
But I
about
lust
this...
for blood.
Also, about this chief business, I am nobody's chief.
Whatever you say, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Your wish is my command.
I somehow doubt that. Is Twitch dying on me? Something?
Stream looks fine.
Here you go, sir. It's all ready for you.
Give me a second.
1.
Miss Lloyd here cleared everybody out just like that. You should have seen it.
Oh, you ain't seen nothing. The chief, my other chief, that is, she sends him running twice as quick.
She sounds like quite a formidable character. Perhaps I should go easier on the poor girl. Thank you, but you really shouldn't have. All that running around. Your clothes are covered in mud. Allow me to pay for the cleaning. It's the least I can do.
Huh? Oh, you mean my jacket? Don't you be worrying your pretty little head about that. It's reversible. All you gotta do is switch it around and alakazam! No more dirt. That's gonna be plot relevant later, isn't it?
On the outside, perhaps, but you'd still have something of a problem with the inside.
We're ready to get back to the investigation whenever you are, sir.
The crowd has trampled the entire area. We'll be lucky to find any traces of our shooter at all. Oh, look what we have here. Mr. Payne.
Oh, hey, Glebus, you wanna take this one? Well, this is quite the situation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth?
Who is he again?
It's Payne, Mr. Edgeworth. Winston Payne. We work together at the prosecutor's office.
He's a prosecutor? What brings you here today, Mr. Payne?
What indeed? Why, only the invitation of the chief prosecutor himself.
His voice. I recognize it from the tape recording. Was he one of the men who was standing in front of Miss Lloyd? And where is the chief prosecutor?
He had to leave, I'm afraid. He's a busy man. They let him, and only him, out through the cordon.
So he had me summoned on short notice and then left before I even showed up. Rude. Okay, that was useful, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. You even gotta pick through the trash yourself? Prosecutor's life ain't easy, huh?
Detective Gumshoe.
Right away, sir.
The faithful detective scrabbles through the garbage as the prosecutor looks on, his hands unblemished.
Let's see now. Come to Papa, little treasures.
Is he enjoying himself?
Bingo! A popsicle stick. Gotta love the jokes they put on these.
Detective.
Sorry, sir. Relevant evidence. Relevant evidence. Huh? I think we've got something.
Good work, Detective. Let's take a closer look, shall we? By examining a piece of evidence from all angles, we can uncover hidden details.
We sure can. Just tell me which way you want it, sir.
We can rotate the item with the right stick.
If you want, I can move it closer or further away, too.
I can use L1 to examine an object up close and R1 to move out for the bigger picture.
And when you spot something, just say the word.
Just press the fucking X button to inspect it. Alright, let's see what we can discover. Oh. This is a document of some kind.
What are we looking at here? Presidential security plan. It's a diagram of the president's security arrangements.
It shows how the president's bodyguards were positioned.
It even has people's names on it. Rook and Knight.
So his bodyguards aren't natives of Shangfa.
I heard he uses some private security firm.
But why not employ people from his own country?
I know why not. Y'all want to hear a little Tabby Lloyd exclusive?
You really know something?
Sure I do. I was over at their embassy not so long back, sniffing out a story. And while I'm there, one of my sources tells me that the president's got more enemies than you got hairs on your head, including a bunch of bigwigs in the National Police Force.
Interesting. So he's unable to trust his own domestic law enforcement. I wonder if one of these enemies could have been behind the attempt on his life.
Surely not.
But what was it doing dumped there in that bag?
You raise an interesting point. It's a document relating to a matter of national security. It would surely be highly classified.
Huh? Hey, there's something else in here.
My.
What's a gun doing in there? Sir, this bag, it's gotta belong to the...
Yes, it could well have been disposed of by our would-be assassin. A revolver. It would have taken a lot of nerve to dump it here amid all the chaos. Could this be the work of a professional?
That would explain the security plan too.
I think we need to take a very close look at our latest find. This part is called the grip. I've held a few guns in my time, though they've never felt quite right in my hand. This one is no exception. I wanted to inspect a magazine, but sure. 2 spent bullets in the cylinder, matching the 2 gunshots heard on the recording.
That proves it. This must be the weapon that was used.
This is a laser sight.
It can be lined up with the target to make aiming a bit easier. If I press this here... Yup, definitely a red laser.
Could the assassin have used a laser sight to target the president?
That bag was a real find, huh? Just goes to show. A bag in the hand is worth 2 in the trash.
Nice work, detective. Now there's something else I'd like to ask of you, if you don't mind. I need you to take the bag and the gun to forensics and see if they can find any prints. Ow.
On it, sir.
A good set of fingerprints could really help this investigation along.
Got the results for you, sir.
That took 5 seconds, detective. Holy shit. That was quick.
You bet it was. Thought the text was ultra super high priority. But they came up empty.
And they checked everywhere. Every suspicious looking nook and cranny.
Woohoo! Inside and out, top to bottom, sir. They even took the bullets out of the gun and dusted them.
I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. Okay, you can't go anywhere else. Fuck. There's no logical connection between these two things. Guess we don't have any logic to use. You say you attended today's ceremony in order to gather material for an article of some kind.
You bet I did. Ain't the kind of thing that happens every day.
And when did the ceremony begin?
Right after the rain stopped. We got lucky. It was raining all morning before that. Anyhow, the president's plane touched down right around 1:45. And the speech started at 2 on the nose.
What about the shooting?
Must have been 20 after.
So 20 minutes after the ceremony began?
Yeah, shots rang out, tearing through the air, only moments right before had been alive with cheers. I fucked that up so much. Then, tragedy! The president dropped to the floor, felled by an unknown assassin's bullet. It's 2:25 p.m. on March 25th, and I've been reporting to you live from the scene here at Gourd Lake.
What was that all about?
I'm sorry, just making some voice notes. Gotta get those ideas down the second they come into the old noggin, you know? And every day that you get to report on the assassination of a president, after all. It's dramatic! It's emotional! It's got everything I need to write an article that puts the readers right there on the scene.
And did the president really drop to the floor?
I don't know.
Officers on the scene said his bodyguard escorted him straight onto the presidential plane.
Hey, y'all can't blame me for getting a little carried away now, can you?
I'd better take any testimony she gives with a good-sized pinch of salt.
Stop it. Call me a reporter and all. It's kinda weird when nobody else says it. Still, Tabby Lloyd, reporter at large. Does have kind of a ring to it, don't you think?
But you are a reporter, correct?
Sure am. A reporter in training.
Have you even had any articles published?
Fixing to look up my work, huh? Well, that might be tricky.
And yet you call yourself a reporter nonetheless.
Well, I soon will be, won't I? This right here is a big ol' scoop. No mistake about it. I got the whole thing on tape, didn't miss a second. And it's all thanks to my trusty mic and my even trustier tape machine. I'm about to set the journalistic world on fire, just like my mentor before me. You know the Chief Ruffles? My mentor? My inspiration?
No, but you have mentioned her repeatedly.
Did I? Can't rightly say I remember.
What kind of reporter forgets a thing like that?
Well, it's just like the Chief always says. You gotta treat information as irresponsibly as you can. Oh my god.
And what kind of mentor says that?
You should have heard her the day she gave me this here tape machine. You be sure and bag yourself the juiciest, sleaziest scoops you can now, you hear?
Wonderful. So you're the kind of reporter who sees fire under even the faintest trace of smoke.
Nah, I'm the kind of reporter who puffs on the fire till the smoke about chokes you.
How is that any better?
It's not. I'm a psychopath who enjoys the suffering of others.
That makes more sense.
Ahem. Well, this is quite the situation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth? It's pain. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
We already read this out, right?
The feeling
I
of
feel
deja
like
vu.
you've had a conversation before, Mr. Edgeworth.
Too often, I'm afraid. This wooden sign looks almost brand new. I imagine it was placed here recently.
What's it say? 50 yards to the Gordy Museum. And 70 yards to the, never mind.
What's the matter, detective? Just read it, will you?
70 yards to the boathouse.
Oh, I see. It feels like a million years since that whole sorry affair unfolded. Fond memories, detective.
Yeah. Fond memories, sir.
Hey, I got an achievement for that. I guess it has to be logic in that case, because... I guess? That's the only combination I haven't tried yet. No, okay, never mind.
Did you speak to the camera guy at the bottom yet?
Oh, no. You're with one of the news channels?
Yep. Can I help you?
You must have footage of the event. Do you mind if I take a look?
Wish I could help you, but that might be a little tricky. And why is that, huh, pal? You got a problem with doing your civic duty or something? No, just my camera was knocked over in all the panic. And now I can't get it to work.
That footage would have helped immensely.
Just our luck.
Huh? What the? Is K in this case? Yeah,
I mean,
she
she's
is,
in the
right?
role list. Do we think this is K?
Maybe?
I don't know if it doesn't sound like K.
Are we going to bet it's K?
Um,
What do I get if I win?
you get absolutely fucking nothing.
Do I get a gift sub if I win?
Nope.
Okay. If it's not K, I'll give chat one gift sub. Deal?
Deal. You look like. Oh, okay.
I know that. I know that voice. Okay, sorry. Here, go ahead.
No, it's fine, really. No. It's clearly an irrelevant line of.
Read it.
All right. You look like you need a little help, Mr. Edgeworth.
I know that voice. Ha ha!
Fuck!
K. What spinner gets normal?
Honestly, I leave you alone for 2 seconds. But don't worry, your hero's here to save the day. That's right, the one, the only, K. Faraday.
Hero, only you would give yourself a title like that. So you're not a great thief anymore?
Well, not right now, but it's not like I quit. I'm just on sabbatical. I'm taking time out for some intensive training. Being the second Yatagarasu doesn't come easy.
Kay helped me out on a few occasions about 2 weeks ago when I was working a case.
That was 2 weeks ago?
Yeah. The case of the Yatagarasu, a mysterious thief who seemed to appear and disappear at will, and who claimed only to steal the truth. She calls herself the second Yatagarasu, the successor to the so-called Great Thief.
There's not a lock I can't open, or a trap I can't escape. And when it comes to stealing, well, I'm still in training, but I'll get there soon enough.
What are you doing here, Kay?
What do you think I'm doing? I've been enjoying the festivities, of course. Okay,
I suppose she did mention being fond of such things.
And afterwards, I was thinking of dropping by your office to see you guys. Now I don't have to.
Good to see you, kiddo. You're as bright and breezy as ever.
Hey, Gummy, how you been? You're looking pretty full of beans yourself.
So, Kay, are you really here to save the day?
Yep. Prepare for your jaw to hit the floor. Your best pal in the world here only went and took pictures of the whole shebang.
Did you know? Then you'd better show them to me.
Well, your jaw didn't... Your jaw? Hello?
Hello?
Whoa, your jaw didn't even drop an inch. What's a girl gotta do to impress you, huh? I know, right? Mr. Prosecutor here is about as much fun as a dang toothache. Won't even let me call him Chief. Ah, but I'm forgetting the manners. Tabby Lloyd, Ace Reporter, at your service. Nice to meet you, Tabby. You're right, he's no fun at all. This one time, he,
You two can chat later, okay? Can I see those pictures?
Boo! Fine. Here. I took this one right when the gun went off. It was total chaos, people running everywhere.
The president and his 2 bodyguards. The names on the security plan were Knight and Rook, I think. What's that? Thank you, indeed, Kay. I think you've provided us with a vital clue.
Ooh-wee, your eyes just lit up like a pair of dang Christmas trees. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, care to tell the readers what you spotted?
A contradiction.
Huh? A what now? I don't see nothing strange.
Allow me to show you. This picture shows the moment of the incident, but another piece of evidence shows something different. I need to highlight the point of contradiction and then employ my powers of deduction. First, to find the contradiction in the photograph. Kind of loving how I can't actually check my evidence or anything. I have no clue, though. Apparently, this is it.
It is?
Now to present the evidence that proves the contradiction. What? The laser sight?
I mean, there's a laser pointer on his head, so...
Yeah, so that's not it.
If you say so, sir. I can't see anything myself.
You don't see it? Something so obvious, that's a contradiction in itself.
Mr. Edgeworth, you know if you made a mistake, you can just tell me, don't you?
A mistake? I have done no such thing. And I'll prove it to you. I love how the game wastes no time in making no sense. What the fuck?
I mean, he's looking straight ahead and more up than down, which... If you really
yeah, I
want to reach,
guess.
might imply that the shooter was directly ahead of him and elevated.
What the fuck?
I don't... I have no fucking clue. Who's voicing the gun?
The tape?
Why would it be the tape?
Or the security plan? The newspaper? How so? What?
Huh?
Look closely at the picture of the president in this newspaper clipping, if you would, Miss Lloyd. Now look at Kay's photograph. Compare the two carefully.
Huh? What am I looking for here? Well, I'll be.
Indeed, there's something on the president's forehead. Something that wasn't there in the other picture. This is so dumb.
But we already knew a laser sight was used!
What is that? Some kind of birthmark?
Yes, Detective Gumshoe.
Yeah, guy's got a big red birthmark right in the middle of his forehead. But we already know!
I highly doubt the birthmark just sprang up there since the other picture was taken.
Did he get bitten by a bug then, maybe?
The president was Hindu all along.
Yeah, that's it. That right there's a big old bug bite. And here I thought it was something important. The look on your face.
This
God, I'm
fucking
an idiot.
game. You should know that the road to the truth is paved with just such seemingly trivial details.
Oh, again with the face. Alright. Duly noted, Chief. But we already know that the laser sight was used on the gun.
This is so dumb.
Why do we need to deduce that it was used? It's on the gun. We checked it.
Fucking... Not a good start to the second game, I gotta be completely fucking honest.
That is genuine, like, dog horror tier.
And the laser sight, I guess? If it's... I have solved the mystery of the red birthmark.
Really? So it wasn't a bug bite?
No, what we're dealing with isn't something that would itch for a day and then disappear. It is, in fact, the beam of a laser sight. No fucking shit, Detective Gumshoe.
Then our killer was aiming to shoot the president square in the forehead?
And shortly after this picture was taken, the second shot rang out.
Yeah, that's gonna do more than itch.
Indeed, I fear the president may be in even more danger than we thought. And that the gun we found was the weapon used in the crime. Okay.
Why would the perp use a laser sight though?
He's right. You'd stand out like crazy using something like that. Pew, pew, pew. It's not like you can just go around shooting lasers all over the place. I'm
Alright.
apparently a fucking moron.
No, and anyone who saw it could trace it right back to the shooter.
Seems like a pretty bad idea all around.
Oh, I almost forgot. I took a couple more pictures. Maybe the laser sight's in one of them.
It's a long shot, but it's worth a look at least.
Why is
Alright,
that
Kay.
a long shot?
Let's see these other pictures.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Let's see. First up, here's one I took just before everything started going south.
It might be more useful to visit if half the frame wasn't taken up with your face. I see the
That's
laser
quite
sight though.
Can you blame me for wanting to get a selfie with the president? Lucky for you, this was right before the gun went off. And this one I showed before you was from just after the first shot was fired. The second shot came just seconds after this. Then there's...
What's this? I can hardly see anything.
I got knocked over when everyone started running right after the last picture. Guess I must have pressed the shutter by accident.
Not sure this one's gonna be much use, kid.
I tried my best. And that's all of them.
Time to take a closer look. Let's examine the picture from before the shooting. Is there any hint of the laser sight here in this picture? Yes, there fucking is.
Take that!
There, I see it.
What is it, sir?
Look closely at the person with the red hood.
Whoa, there it is!
Indeed, that's her laser sight right there.
So that's our perp. The one in the red hood must be.
The shooter, yes.
We found them! All thanks to yours truly.
Indeed, you led us right to the greatest treasure of all, Miss Great Thief, the truth. You may have captured our would-be assassin in one of your other pictures too. Let's
Do you
take
think that's
another
maybe
look.
Meant to be... Is that meant to be like hee-hee, or is that like... I don't know what that hee-hee is meant to be.
No idea. Our red-hooded suspect could be another of these pictures from after the shooting. Is the person with the red hood here somewhere? No.
Take that!
But I saw them. Look, right there!
A red jacket. That must be our suspect.
Looks like they took advantage of the confusion to make their getaway.
Luckily, we can see exactly where they were headed.
Ah, the samurai dog stand! Oh god.
Precisely, which means they escaped towards the right-hand side of the spectator area. Detective Gumshoe.
On it, sir. Consider it cleared.
Good. I'm counting on you.
Oh, they're kind of gender.
We have you now, my little Red Riding Hood. The entire park is cordoned off, and we know which way you went. Now it's simply a matter of hunting you down. Now, let us continue our investigation.
There's evidence here somewhere. All we have to do is find it. Hey, wait. Tabby's jacket is reversible, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There is literally zero reason to bring that up. Unless it's relevant, right?
Chekhov's gigantic smoking gun right there.
Chekhov's reversible jacket. I wonder if I'm wrong. I'm gonna be quite happy.
The writing in this case has been pretty fucking dog shit so far.
I mean, they're
Characters are
gonna
fun,
make the
though.
first one easy.
Turnabout Visitor is a good case, even though it's the
Yeah,
first
it
one.
is.
It's
I
fucking
mean,
great.
the characters are fun. The characters are fun in this, I think.
Yeah, but the whole logic
The actual
behind it
case
is
is
like. Also,
fucking
I see the Red
shit.
Hood already.
Oh shit, there goes my theory.
There's something red down there. Detective Gumshoe, can you see what that is under the stand, please?
There's something down here, alright? Let's see.
A red raincoat. This must be.
The one the suspect was wearing.
They must have taken it off and hidden it under here before they made their escape. Okay.
Kinda glad I'm wrong about that.
The sleeve. It's inside out. The button is missing too. There's nothing unusual about the left sleeve.
Nope, it's not inside out and the button's still attached.
It seems entirely too neat to have been removed in a hurry and thrown on the ground. What's this?
A red button. Hey, do you think...
Could it have been dropped by a red-hooded suspect? Yes, it certainly seems likely. I'm not sure why I answer my own question here.
There's a red button and a red jacket without a red button. Where could this red button have come from?
It's a flimsy-looking food stand made of plywood, and it sells samurai dogs.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I've got $1.50 if you know.
You're not actually suggesting I subsidize you eating on the job?
Oh, I didn't mean to. That is, maybe when we're done?
Fine. When we have finished investigating, you can have one. And only one, understood?
Sorry, sir, I never should have... Wait, did you say I could have one?
Yes. Why, is something the matter?
No, it's just that I wasn't expecting you to... Thanks, sir.
I'm guessing that's everything? Yeah. The banner advertising the rifle range has fallen over. It must have been knocked down in the crush. It's covered in footprints too. The crowd must have really panicked.
Hey, know where I can buy one of these?
Why would you wish to? Don't tell me you're thinking writing Gumshoe on it and wearing it on your back.
What? How did you guess? Are you a mind reader, sir? Is that it?
It was a joke, but I should have known that nothing's impossible when it comes to the good detective. Ow. It's the hand of the steel samurai balloon, or rather the fan in the hand that's holding it.
Mr. Edgeworth, there's no dying message, sir.
Why would there be? The president isn't dead.
Not from the president, from the steel samurai.
Let me break this to you gently, detective. The steel samurai here is just a balloon.
But you've said it yourself 1,000 times. Every piece of evidence has a tale to tell. Which means the steel samurai must have something to tell us too.
Dare I delve into what else you've misconstrued?
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Yep, no doubt about it. If you compare the pic I took to the newspaper clipping, the red birthmark stands out like a sore thumb. That's a contradiction, all right.
Indeed, though I very much doubt it's due to a birthmark suddenly appearing.
Oh, that reminds me. I might have to steal that line of yours. The road to the truth is paved with seemingly trivial thefts.
Funny, I don't remember that being the exact sequence of words I used.
Why just rob a house when you can rearrange the furniture too?
Ha. You may call it rearranging, but I call it irretrievably corrupting.
But is that a connection we had to make?
Sigh. The button we found seems to have come from this raincoat. It must have been pulled loose when the killer took it off.
Huh. The right sleeve's inside out too.
It seems it was removed in a hurry, fast enough to tear a button off, no less. I surmise our assassin disposed of their gun and bag in the trash immediately after shooting at the president. They then slipped into the panicked crowd and moved from the left to the right side of the spectator area. This was because they knew the trajectory of the bullet would point to a shooter on the left side. Finally, they removed the raincoat and hid it under the samurai dog stand. The killer would have needed to get rid of the coat as soon as possible, hence its hurried removal. The fact that the right sleeve is inside out is a testament to how quickly it was taken off.
Yup. That and the missing button.
The question, of course, is why didn't the same thing happen to the left sleeve?
Oh yeah, only the right sleeve is inside out.
Indeed, and the button on the left sleeve is still securely attached.
So, what does this mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
If we're to answer that question, Detective, we'll need to inspect the raincoat in more detail. That's a very flat raincoat.
It's so flat, what? Did they make this raincoat for me?
The right sleeve is inside out.
And you can clearly see where the button was torn off.
Yes, whoever discarded this raincoat did so in quite a hurry. Let's take a closer look at the inside of the raincoat. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
Oh. This is a bloodstain. And considering where it's located, I'd say the blood belongs to a would-be assassin.
So we're looking for someone with an injury?
Not just any injury, Detective. An injury on their left arm.
Huh? How do we know that?
It's simple. The right sleeve is inside out, suggesting that the suspect removed the raincoat in a hurry. Conversely, the left sleeve is just as we would expect it to be. Therefore, the suspect's left arm was never in the sleeve in the first place. And once we understand that, everything else falls into place. Now, Detective, there is a bloodstain on the left side lining of the raincoat because...
Because the suspect's arm was too injured to fit through the sleeve.
Precisely. Or at least we can say that there is a good probability that was the case. The pieces are starting to fall into place. Detective Gumshoe, I need you to go and search the crowd for likely suspects.
Yes, sir. Suspicious characters with injured left arms coming right up.
You're even smarter than you look, Ruffles. Talking all that and taking all them itty bitty pieces and putting them together like that. You'll have your man in no time. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you.
The park is still cordoned off, so our would-be assassin should be in that crowd somewhere. Don't let me down, Detective Gumshoe.
Is Tabby meant to be a lot more hyperactive than I'm actually making her?
I have no clue. I think you're doing fine.
Mr. Edgeworth, we found someone who fits the bill perfectly, sir.
Wait and have the assassin gummy.
Hold on, Kay. It's a little soon to be jumping to conclusions. For the moment, they're a person of interest and nothing more, understood?
Okay, no jumping.
But he's our shooter, sir. I'm sure of it. He's the guy who tried to take out the president.
In broad daylight, surrounded by a crowd of witnesses. This is no ordinary assassin. Bring him over here, detective. Carefully.
Yes, sir. Come on, boys. You heard Mr. Edgeworth.
I was voicing him as well, right? John Doe. I think I was. Wait.
Yeah, it's you.
Yeah.
Jesus.
He looks familiar. Yeah, I wonder. No umbrella and a bandage on his left arm.
Well, pal, state your name already.
Doe. John Doe. Charmed, I'm sure. John Doe. Not a name you often hear in real life. That's correct. I know this man from somewhere. I'm sure of it. And you are Prosecutor Edgeworth. You know my name? Of course. I have been following the day's developments with some interest. Now, perhaps you'd care to explain why you've asked to speak with me? As you've been following our investigation, you're no doubt already aware of who we're looking for. So let me ask you, do you recognize this raincoat by any chance? Forgive me, but I am afraid I do not. I see. Well, I believe its owner to be the would-be assassin we are seeking. My. Well, isn't that just shocking? And the same would-be assassin happens to have an injured left arm. Just like you. All I can tell you is that I had nothing to do with this unfortunate affair.
The two adversaries stare each other down, their eyes like deadly lasers. Care to tell the readers what happened next?
A showdown, that's what. A battle of the wits. A battle of the words.
Dare I let him explain any further what he thinks this upcoming battle will entail? No. Detective Gumshoe, if you've quite finished leaking my professional strategies to the press...
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Thanks a bunch, you big old grudge. As if it would have done you any harm.
I can understand why whoever wore the raincoat would be of interest to you. But you have no proof that this person is injured as you claim. My left arm may be injured, but I can still use my right. When it started raining, I simply opened my umbrella. No raincoat required. So you contend that you were not wearing a raincoat, is that correct? It is. And is that so strange? Not everyone wears one after all. I happen to prefer an umbrella.
Team Raincoat over here. They're perfect for when a girl really needs to move. Heck, I don't use either. Come rain, sleet, snow or shine, it's my trusty parka every time.
Not exactly the line of inquiry I was hoping to pursue. So, you see, I am not your would-be killer. And I'm not in the habit of making baseless accusations, Mr. Doe. Please, I am just a simple ice cream sell- Oh my. Forgive me, my wound seems to have begun bleeding again in all the excitement. The owner of the raincoat is definitely our assassin. And said owner also has an injured left arm. I'm on to you, Mr. Doe. It's only a matter of time.
Objection!
Watch this not count. Oh, thank God.
I think I would have screamed. You seem like a careful man, Mr. Doe, but not quite careful enough. After all, you left something behind, something of vital importance. I'm afraid you must have me confused with somebody else. The coat does not belong to me. Or, do you claim to have some kind of proof to support your accusation? Your arm isn't troubling you too much, I hope? Your wound seems to be bleeding again. I'll survive. Although I can't pretend it's not something of an inconvenience. You have my deepest sympathies. Because if it wasn't bleeding quite so badly, you could have perhaps made a clean getaway. What exactly are you insinuating? As we have already established, whoever wore the raincoat is injured. And now I can prove that person was you. With this decisive piece of evidence.
His ice cream is wet.
You see, Mr. Doe, there is a small amount of blood on the inside of this raincoat. Blood that belongs to our assassin. Ugh.
This fucking ice cream.
Attempted murder of a foreign leader? Causing a diplomatic incident? They'll throw the book at you!
You can give us the silent treatment all you like, but we don't need you to talk. A simple blood test will give us the answer we require. All it takes is for us to compare the blood on your bandages with that on the coat. And that will be that. We have the evidence. Why don't you make it easier on all of us and come clean? Admit that you were the one who attempted to assassinate the president of Shengfa. I am not your assassin. You're stubborn, I'll give you that. But if this were a game of chess, you would already be in checkmate. Now do the honorable thing and admit defeat. He doesn't look like a man with no moves left to play. Very well. You have me. Crackly audio again. Yeah, there's nothing I can do in it right now. I'll have to fix it. Try to fix it, mind you. After stream, I'm really sorry. Like, all I can do is really reload the audio. That seems to only be a temporary fix. Woohoo! I'll admit it. I was wearing the raincoat.
He confessed! Say the word and I'll slap the cuffs on him right now!
But I did not shoot at the president.
What?
Mr. Edgeworth, the only thing you have proven is that I was wearing a particular raincoat. And as far as I am aware, that is not a crime.
Did you see the raincoat?
I am no assassin. I am a simple ice cream seller. One who happened to be wearing a red raincoat while watching the president speak. I was as surprised as anyone when his bodyguards sprang into action and the shots rang out. That's when the spectators panicked and started running and screaming for their lives. Now, are you finally satisfied that I am telling the truth?
As if! Your story stinks. You don't scare me. The evidence is on our side, you know. Look, it's right there, plain as day. The assassin, and they're wearing a red raincoat.
Intriguing, but that is not me.
Oh, come on!
Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, do you really think I was the only one in the entire park wearing a red raincoat today? I do, actually. But then why does he seem so sure of himself?
Hold it!
Why a raincoat? Why were you not using an umbrella? Is that so strange? It was a rainy morning. Most people were wearing a jacket of some kind. Well, I'd say it's a pretty strange choice considering you can get one of your arms into it. Better that than have one of my hands occupied by an umbrella. I had ice cream to serve after all. Then why go to such lengths to avoid testifying to that effect in the first place? Forgive me, I simply hadn't remembered until now. It's been an eventful day after all. Eventful. Well, I hardly know what else to call it, Mr. Edgeworth. The president of Shengfa was shot at.
Didn't he say he prefers umbrellas earlier?
Sorry?
Didn't he say he prefers umbrellas in his original testimony?
Yeah, I think he might have actually. But we don't have any evidence for that.
That's annoying.
Hold it!
So you saw the bodyguards move before you heard the gunshots? Yes. If I recall correctly, they moved first. At least the one on the left did. You're rather observant, Mr. Doe. I am blessed with keen eyes. The names of the bodyguards were written in the top left corner of the security plan. And the one on the left was Rook. That's correct. Bastian Rook, I believe. I expect he noticed the light from a laser sight. The man is no amateur. Mr. Doe knows a little too much about the business of being a bodyguard for my liking. I'd say our friend here is no amateur either. I'd like you to append what you just said to your testimony, if you don't mind. As you wish.
Hold it!
So the bodyguard on the left was the first to move. By the smallest fraction, yes. He reacted admirably swiftly. His name was Bastian Rook, did you say? It appears you've assessed the situation quite astutely. No more so than anybody else, I'm sure. He's good. He didn't even flinch.
Could you present the plan to him? Because that was found in the killer's bag, right?
Objection!
Oh. As I suspected, you're more than what you claim to be, Mr. Doe. You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, then tell me how a simple ice cream seller knows one of the presidential bodyguard's names. What? You jest, surely. You were the one who spoke their names aloud. Brooke and Knight, was it?
Objection!
We only know those names thanks to the security plan. But look closely. Only their surnames appear. Ah. Yet we all clearly heard you say the name Bastian Rook. How did you come to possess information? Information we ourselves didn't have.
Seems pretty darn suspicious to me.
Well, how did you know? Explain yourself. It was merely a slip of the tongue.
Another lie. He is the assassin, just like we said.
Come now, miss. It's a little soon to be jumping to such conclusions. I did know their names, yes, and the reason for that is... Well... I know Mr. Rook. He and I are acquainted. What? We have something of a connection. And his is a name I could never forget.
You think we're stupid, pal? Stop lying.
I am not lying. I am, as I have always been, a simple ice cream seller. And an acquaintance of Bastian Rook. Yes. And I suppose Mr. Rook will confirm that. It should be easy enough for him to remember his good friend, the slippery ice cream seller, correct? Please, you are more than welcome to ask him, although I think that might be difficult right now. I would imagine he's rather busy ensuring the president's safety. But suppose you are able to speak with him and he does deny that he and I are acquainted. How will that help you prove I was the shooter? If you weren't the shooter, why take off your raincoat? Because it was no longer raining. In fact, it had grown quite warm. Far better to let my wound breathe, no? Or would you rather I had let it fester? Is he actually going to worm his way out of this?
What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Hurry up and arrest the man! He's clearly guilty. If I were you, he'd be in jail already.
You might be willing to arrest a man without sufficient proof, but I am not.
No, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. There's gotta be something you can do. Shocking scenes here, as the culprit seems all but certain to escape justice.
It seems the court of public opinion has spoken. Very well. As I will clearly be viewed with suspicion no matter what I say, I might as well share what I know. What you know? What's his angle here? I saw them. I saw another person with a red hood.
Are you kidding?
It's the person you captured in your photograph. I first noticed them just before the president's speech began. It was still raining then. Their outfit was the same color as my own, which is what drew my attention. As did the laser beam that was aimed directly at the president's head. He's claiming there was another red-hooded person. Preposterous! I knew that if anyone saw me dressed similarly to this individual, I could fall under suspicion myself. And so, naturally, I removed my raincoat. So not only did you see the assassin, but they were wearing exactly the same thing as you. How very convenient. I had thought you might find it far-fetched. Hence my not mentioning it until now. I know you law enforcement people are very skeptical types. You would never have believed me. Especially not if I had said that the shooter was standing right next to a certain prosecutor. Well, I know you don't mean me. I wasn't even summoned till after the shooting. No, not to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Your colleague over there.
Huh? Me?
Yes, the photograph will prove it, I am sure. You see right there in front of the person with the red hood?
That's me, yes, but well, what exactly are you saying?
What's his endgame here? As I mentioned, I have been following your investigation with some interest, Mr. Edgeworth. And while pondering the details, I noticed something strange. Strange? What exactly? Come now, a man of your talent should be more than capable of spotting a contradiction such as this. I'm afraid I don't follow.
The picture shows the chief prosecutor, Mr. Payne, and the shooter. But there's nothing weird about that, is there?
Think carefully. The picture was taken right in the middle of the president's speech. One of the other pieces of evidence you've gathered is inconsistent with what we see here. What is Mr. Doe talking about? Which piece of evidence is inconsistent with what's in the picture? I'm guessing the other photograph? Maybe?
Because the killer's on the left side and then was immediately on the right side after the shooting.
Yeah. Nope. If I'm honest, I'm not entirely sure why, but I think the conflicting piece of evidence is this.
Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you really want to go around presenting stuff even if you're not sure?
I don't know if this is such a good idea, sir.
Fine. I withdraw the evidence. I think it's a little too late for that, don't you? It's never too late. I only have the 3 pictures in one piece of evidence. So I guess not that. No, I can't choose what picture to present.
Is the high-pitched gentleman in the tape, Mr. Payne?
Yeah.
Because Tabby was on the other side, wasn't she?
Oh yeah, wait, right, what? Wait, was she?
I don't really remember. I mean, she started out there. I mean, she sure
Oh
not in the picture.
yeah.
Take that!
I think Chekhov's reversible jacket is gonna come into play real soon.
Oh, was I right?
Of course. The tape, it contradicts the photograph. Ah, so you have noticed at last.
What's he going on about, Mr. Edgeworth?
Someone's missing. Someone who should be here.
Huh? But who?
Who indeed? The person who is missing from this photograph is...
Take that!
Huh?
Miss Lloyd?
How do you figure that?
Mr. Payne's voice can clearly be heard on Miss Lloyd's tape. Considering that he was conducting a private conversation with the chief prosecutor.
Do I voice this?
Yeah.
There were these 2 old guys standing right in front of me. They were whispering away to each other the whole darn time.
She must have been very close indeed to capture it on tape.
You're right! But she's not in the picture.
Precisely. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you still believe that you have been hounding the right person? Miss Lloyd, would you mind answering a few questions?
Whoa. Y'all are fixing to put me under the microscope now? Alright, sure. Knock yourselves out. I got nothing to hide. It ain't like I was standing still the whole time. No, I was running all over, roving reporter style, and that was a big old crowd. Guess the picture must have been taken while I was in one spot, and the tapes from when I was in another. So quit giving me the evil eye. Ain't nothing but a misunderstanding.
There's no doubt about the voices on the tape. That was Mr. Payne and the chief prosecutor, I'm certain of it.
Tabby wouldn't lie to us. I know she wouldn't. But if she did, that would mean...
That she's our perp.
Will y'all quit messing around with me? I could have done a thing like that. Little old me.
I might be inclined to believe you if your testimony didn't contain a glaring inconsistency.
It does? I thought it was pretty good.
Seems I have no choice but to present her with the evidence and expose her contradiction.
Oh, the inside of her hoodie's red.
Haha. Well, I'm not sure what piece of evidence we should present, though.
The conversation that
the
the
tape?
two people were having happened, like, basically right before the gunshot.
Yeah.
And the photo shows that Tabby isn't there right before the gunshot, so I would assume it's one of those two, right?
Either the tape or the photos, I think.
Yeah.
Objection!
There we go. Miss Lloyd, it's imperative for a reporter not to lie, wouldn't you say?
Dang right it is. And I don't lie!
And yet the photograph and the recording were definitely taken at the same time.
And what? You can't prove that.
Oh, but I can. The evidence is right here in these pictures. This one in particular shows something that lines up precisely with when you were making your recording. What part of the picture indicates that it must have been taken at the same time as Miss Lloyd's recording? The laser side, right?
Or the, Mr. Payne's hand. He looks like he's talking to someone.
Or the fact he's raising his fist in this air.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Take that!
See here? The president has his fist raised.
And what about it?
Would you be so kind as to play us the tape again?
No, I see. It ain't that simple.
What if I were to tell you that you don't have a choice?
You don't make it easy, do you, Ruffles?
Remember, we are concerned with the moment the president raised his fist. No criminal organization, no matter how big, is above the law.
The president thrusts his fist into the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch.
There! That's the moment, right there!
Correct. We've now confirmed when it occurred in the recording.
She kind of kicked her own ass.
Yeah?
Which means Tabby should be in the picture too.
And she is. Right there for all to see. For Miss Lloyd is in fact the person with the red hood.
What?
So you're our shooter, huh?
No, I don't even own a jacket like that.
That's right. From everything we know, the owner of the red raincoat is John Doe. We have already proven that the raincoat belongs to Mr. Doe. You, Miss Lloyd, were wearing something else. Something that also happened to have a red hood.
So there were two people with red hoods all along?
Indeed, Mr. Doe's last statement was true.
Wait, but we only found one red coat. Where's the other one?
Our ice cream seller never mentioned the raincoat, only a red hood. So tell us about your jacket again, Miss Lloyd.
Huh? Oh, this old thing? Well, the best thing about it, like I said, is if you get mud and such on it, it's reversible, see? So you just turn it inside out and...
Just as I thought.
The inside of our hood, it's red.
That's right. And when the incident occurred, that's the side of the hood that was visible.
What's going on here? What were you really up to, huh, pal?
Wait, I never wore it that way round.
Perhaps if you would allow us to examine it, we could confirm that for ourselves.
And you're gonna confirm that how exactly?
It was raining right up until the president's speech, correct? That much has been established already. And as you yourself said...
Heck, I don't use neither. Come rain, sleet, snow, or shine, it's my trusty parka every time.
If you haven't reversed your parka since the rain, then the inside should be dry.
What? Wait a second now. I got this big old backpack on, see, so I can't take off my jacket. Yeah. Maybe I could show y'all some other time.
You think an excuse that weak is gonna wash with Mr. Edgeworth?
Oh.
Well, what are you waiting for? If you're innocent, take it off and show us.
It wasn't me, I swear. I never shot the dang president. I could never.
If that's true, Miss Lloyd, then your best option is to cooperate and tell us the truth. Is there a particular reason why you chose to wear a parka with a red hood here today? Whoa.
I'm sorry, Ruffles. There's something I never told you. Something I couldn't. But I'll come clean, I promise. Just go easy on me now, you hear?
Hmm? Who said that? Aegean, you take this one.
Hold your horses. It's a little too soon for the end game.
Yeah, I thought so.
That goes for you too, Mr. Prosecutor. You lost this one the moment you made your opening move.
That's one of the men from Case Photograph.
Guess I'd better introduce myself.
Revolver Ocelot.
Colonel.
Let's see if the man lives up to the legend.
The name's Bronco Knight. I'm the president's personal bodyguard.
Revolver Ocelot.
And second in command in his security detail.
Hank! Sorry about that.
Point that thing someplace else, pal. What the heck's wrong with you? Sorry, can't help myself. Just too much fun being this good.
You're not a member of law enforcement, so how did you get a gun?
This old girl's on loan from Zhang Fa, temporarily issued to us presidential bodyguards. Anyway, never mind that. I got two tidbits of news for you. You want the good or the bad first? Choice is yours.
I'm indifferent, whichever you prefer.
Really? You're giving up the first move advantage? Just like that? Whatever, you're a loss. Guess I'll push out the first pawn then.
So you play a little chess, I take it?
Ah, a fellow fan, are you, Mr. Red Suit?
The name's Edgeworth, and you could say I dabble.
Duly noted, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright, I'll start with the good news. The president's okay. Didn't suffer so much as a scratch. He didn't? That's a relief.
Particularly for the young lady here. That means there is no longer a murder charge on the table.
That is good news, huh, Tabby? Yeah, because I never...
Now, for the bad news. The only reason the president's alive is because the bodyguards did our job. One of us did anyhow. Our boss. Put himself in the line of fire.
You're referring to your colleague, Mr. Rook.
Yeah, it's game over for him.
Huh?
No way!
Rook is dead. A genuine loss.
So, you're saying that Tabby...
Yeah, your friend here killed my colleague. My brother in arms.
Heck, no, I didn't do it. I didn't kill anybody. I could never.
I'd shut my mouth if I were you, murderer. Sure, we did what we had to do. Sacrificed one of our pieces to protect the king. But to lose someone like him during a castling, it's a real shame. Castling? What's that even mean?
It's a chess term. Very simplistically speaking, it's a move where a rook switches places with the king.
Then why didn't he just say so?
Mr. Knight, was it?
Yeah, what?
We'll need to see the victim's body right away. And if possible, I'd like to ask the president a few questions.
Sorry, no can do.
And why not?
That's the third piece of news. And it's the piece you're gonna like the least.
I thought you said there were only two.
The National Police Force of Zhangfa will be handling things from here.
What?
You better be kidding, pal.
This investigation was assigned to us. We're not about to hand it over.
You're the Edgeworth, right? The one who solved the Yatagarasu case? The president mentioned you.
I love how there's so much talk about the Yatagarasu case, but the whole smuggling ring thing never gets mentioned again.
Yeah, like...
Like, I guess that's part of the Yatagarasu case, but huh? I'm honored to have warranted his attention.
Makes sense that the chief prosecutor would assign this one to you.
Wait, did the chief assign me to appease the president?
But that was a mistake. A big one. He should have given the case to somebody with a spine. You're free to take it up with President Wang, if you enjoy diplomatic incident status. You're coming with me. We'll continue this on the presidential plane.
No, No. I never did nothing, I swear!
We can do this the hard way if you like, but in Zhangfa, justice is served one way or the other.
Ruffles, come on, you gotta help me out here, please.
Miss Lloyd. She was the one in the red hood. There's no denying that now. But I can't help feeling we still don't know the whole truth behind this case.
I'm innocent. You gotta believe me.
Can I really let this happen? Is this really how it ends? The look in her eyes, the crack in her voice as she begs me to help her. This is no act by a criminal. She's genuinely scared. And if I let him take her, we'll never know what really happened. Who wants to scream? Thank you. What the?
Get your filthy hands off of...
Oh!
Oh.
Quiet now. Is that really any way to greet me? Your neck has barely begun to heal and you've already forgotten who I am. I'm disappointed.
Well, it's you.
Ah, so you do remember.
What do you think you're doing, pal? Put the knife down and give it up. You got some nerve pulling a stunt like this in front of a bunch of police officers. Don't even think about it. You don't stand a chance against this guy.
Who are you really, Mr. Doe?
Let's just say that I'm no simple ice cream seller.
Guy's a pro, a hitman. His name's Shelly the Killer.
The killer! There's not a legal professional in the country who doesn't know that name. An assassin capable of taking down any target, any place, any time. This isn't the first time our paths have crossed. It's been too long, Mr. Edgeworth. But of course, this is the first time we've met face to face. You're the assassin we've been looking for. In a sense, yes. A certain someone did indeed hire me to carry out a contract. And that contract did indeed specify that I was to assassinate President Wang. I swear I've seen this picture in one of my old case files before, but... how could I have been so careless? My bandage proved useful for bringing a knife into the park undetected. But I miscalculated in certain other regards. He didn't bring a gun. Now, shall we play a little game, Mr. Knight? I know how fond you are of such diversions. The stakes must be high in order for it to be fun, of course. Shall we wager, say, your life?
What do you want from me?
I would like for you to allow Mr. Edgeworth to remain in charge of the case. He what?
What are you up to, the Killer?
I would simply like our mutual friend to see things through to their conclusion.
Huh? But why?
Bastian Rook was a man of great skill, one with whom I felt a certain connection. It is only right that the truth behind his death be brought to light. With Mr. Rook's departure, the case is now yours to investigate, is it not, Mr. Knight? I'm simply asking you to transfer that authority to Mr. Edgeworth. It's not something worth losing your life over, surely?
You're just using the investigation as an excuse to get close to the president.
Am I really? I suppose it is true that in order for the investigation to proceed, we will need to enter the presidential plane.
You think I'm gonna let you near him? I'm his chief bodyguard.
Are you? And here I thought you were only second in command.
Rook's not around. That means I'm number one.
I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes.
You... Of course I do. I'm the leader now. Me.
If that is indeed the case, then I would ask that you make a choice worthy of a leader. Will you needlessly throw away your life, or will you allow the investigation to continue? Is he really doing this to gain access to the president? Does he even need to? What is he plotting? You have no objections, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth. Come, let us continue the investigation.
What do we do, sir?
It would seem we have little choice but to do as we're told. That said, listen, detective, and listen well. I'll buy us some time as I investigate. Meanwhile, you gather the other officers. Have them surround the plane and make absolutely certain that there is no way he can escape.
Yes, sir. You got it.
Damn, okay.
Alright. I'm going to be throwing it to a quick ad break, so if people need a snack or a drink, now
I'm
is
gonna
the
get
time.
both.
Yippee!
Not
All
to
right.
brag, of course.
Be back in a minute. Or 5.
Bye-bye now. Bye-bye.
We're back. Ow.
Hi, back.
Mm-hmm. Is there no continuation to your joke?
No.
With the death of Bastian Rook and the revolution that Shelley the Killer was in our midst. Ow. The case had taken a turn we could have never predicted. Mr. Knight ordered that the door to the presidential plane be opened, and the emergency personnel attending to Mr. Rook's body were asked to leave. With the scene cleared, we stepped cautiously aboard. No president in sight. Now where could he be?
Who knows?
Ah. So he's hiding behind the bulkhead door over there, is he? As courageous in the face of danger as ever.
Sorry to disappoint, but... Did you seriously expect him to be standing here waiting to meet his assassin?
As we have already established, my interest lies only in the successful conclusion of this investigation. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would be so kind as to examine the body. Alright. My only option right now is to play along. The rest is up to you, Detective Gumshoe. So the attempted assassination of the president has become the murder of a bodyguard.
You look like you could use a little help there, Mr. Edgeworth.
Not that I need it, but yes.
That's what I thought. Then there's nothing else for it. Kay Faraday, great thief extraordinaire. We'll just have to take it from here.
Oh, really? You mean you're going to solve the case for me?
Nope.
I thought not.
But I will provide vital assistance. Now let's get to scouring this crime scene from top to bottom.
It will take Detective Gumshoe a while to assemble our backup, so I'll need to draw this part of the investigation out for as long as possible. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. The bullet seems to have entered just under his armpit and went clean through his body. It was hit in an area his bulletproof vest didn't cover.
Like it was on purpose or something, huh?
The cause of death would appear to be loss of blood. Attempts were made to stanch it, but to no avail.
So it couldn't have been, Tabby then.
How so?
Because the bullet's on the right side of his body. She
Right,
couldn't
yeah.
fit him like that. The medics must have... Wait, sorry. The medics must have been brought in to try and save him.
Sadly, it was too little too late.
Damn, way to rub the wound in, Mr. Edgeworth, huh?
So the victim was also carrying a revolver.
It looks like he was trying to use it.
He probably drew it on instinct when he felt threatened. We should check to see if he managed to fire any rounds off. All there, and no other signs of the weapon having been used. Was this one on loan from Zheng Fa too?
Yep, sir was. We're always issued with the same model gun.
It's the victim, Mr. Bastian Rook, bodyguard to the president of Zheng Fa.
He's one of the guys that brought the president inside as soon as the shooting started.
Which means he continued to do his duty right up until his dying breath.
At least he'll get posthumously promoted.
Okay, it's better to know when to say nothing at all than to end up with your foot in your mouth.
What do you mean?
I mean, bodyguards don't even operate on the same rank promotion system as the police in the first place.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're so mean.
It's a bulletproof attaché case. Bodyguards use them to shield their clients from gunfire. There were some in-case photographed too. Looks like Rook and Knight each had one.
Oh, and Rook was shot in a location that was shielded as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, that's the photo I snatched.
You can hardly steal a photo at a public event, Kay.
But I'm snatching up a moment in time with every picture I take, you know?
I take it snatch is your new favorite word.
Maybe.
I think we've got everything. No.
No.
There are 2 large rectangles cut into the floor here. I can see hinges through the gaps.
It's an emergency entrance disguised as an emergency exit. All the president would need to do is lower his rope ladder and make his miraculous escape.
Which would make it an exit, not an entrance. So which is it?
It's an exit, but it's used as an entrance, but it's disguised as an exit. Yeah. I think?
Congratulations. You've even confused yourself. That's quite the achievement. Okay, now we have everything.
Average day for me.
A riot shield, and next to it a canary in a cage.
Aw, she's so sweet. I want one. Oh, did you ever see a cuter partner in crime?
Partner in crime.
Well, yeah. She could help me with lockpicking, stuff like that. A great thief has no greater ally than nature, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sadly, such birds are most commonly used for detecting poisonous gases. Wait, this one isn't actually for that, is it? I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. That really is just a nook and cranny of this game.
That looks heavy. So this is what that president wears, huh? Must be made of something super special.
Yes, to protect him from bullets.
What? So it's not just for show?
Of course not. This is a bulletproof vest.
Is she dumb? Oh, so that's what one of those looks like. Why didn't you just say so? Now I feel silly.
These personal safety alarms are very colorful. Looks like they get a lot of use as well.
I like the president. He seems like a thoughtful guy. Buying these for his kids, maybe his wife too.
Why would they all be here if that was the case? No, these are for his own personal use.
Objection, Your Honor! It is simply not possible for one person to use this many personal alarms. Why, you ask? Because he is a human, and therefore possesses only 2 hands.
20 hands wouldn't be enough to count the number of objections I have to that objection. Documents of some kind.
We could always steal a glance.
Another security plan.
Oh, yeah, like the one from the trash can.
Precisely. But wait, something feels off. The positions
Knight
of
and
the
rook would be the
two.
other way around,
Yeah. The 2 plans are different. Was the security detail reorganized at some point?
Huh? Oh, you're right!
Yeah, we made some last-minute changes yesterday. President's orders.
Why the urgency?
Because of what happened the day before. The killer here tried to take him down. He infiltrated a security detail, posed as one of us. Rook figured it out first, but not before the guy got within striking distance of the president. If our leader hadn't stepped in just then, we'd all have been out of a job. But he made it, and our friend here wound up with a seriously twisted arm. Rook put a bullet in it for good measure, too.
And where were you while this was happening?
I
You were the first one I overpowered, were you not?
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Shut up, kid.
Ah, now I get it. Your neck has barely begun to heal, and you've already forgotten who I am. I'm disappointed.
It's you. Busted up my neck so bad, I can't even look to my right.
I was somewhat astonished to have sustained an injury at all. A testament to Mr. Rook's skill. He was truly a master of his craft. Unlike a certain other someone I could mention.
I'm just as good as he ever was.
You were a pawn to his queen, my young friend.
What the heck do you know?
So that's why you remembered Mr. Rook's name. You admired the skills of the bodyguard. Indeed. While I was serving on the team, I learned the names of all the operatives. But his in particular stayed with me. It joined a very short list of those who have ever successfully wounded me. So that's the connection I was talking about.
And that's why we changed up the security plan. Had to be sure there weren't any more assassins in the ranks. The president didn't want anybody on stage he didn't trust, and he only trusts two people. Me and Rook.
How does that explain your change of position?
Oh yeah, he switched over to the right side.
I told you, I can't turn my neck to the right. Could you cover the president's left side? Could only cover the president's left side. So I wound up moving to the right side of the stage.
Curious figure of a curious animal with a curious expression is staring straight at me. I am reminded of a certain blue-haired prosecutor with a whip when I say that sentence.
I wish she comes back soon. And look, there's a big lever by its butt.
Don't even think about it.
Oh, I wasn't thinking about anything, I swear.
I imagine that lever opens the panels beneath my feet. Ah, I see. So he's standing on a trapdoor. I strongly advise you not to pull it. Do so, and you will regret it. You know, I'm okay with taking some advice, especially when it's from a professional killer.
But Mr. Edgeworth, it would be really fucking funny.
It would be really funny. Two gas masks, in case of a poison gas attack, I suppose. The president certainly seems to think he's at risk of assassination at all times.
Whoa, gas masks! I've never seen one before. I've heard plenty about them, of course.
Oh, from a fellow thief, I presume?
No, from the Jammin' Ninja! You know, my favorite kids' TV show? Princess Murasaki was getting married, but Toxic Ninja Wolfsbane showed up to lay down some sick burns.
And time to tune out. Might save myself a brain cell or two. Someone has left an inflatable boat and an oar here. Probably so it's ready to go at any time.
Wait, but there's only one oar.
You can still row with one oar, you know.
I knew that.
Oh my god, we have so much logic.
Just like, make the connection, LeMayo.
Better start thinking, Mr. Prosecutor.
Shilong Lang?
Yeah, but Shilong Lang had like a character arc.
True.
He calls him Mr. Edgeworth now.
Oh yeah, right.
Jeez, God. I'm gonna cry.
The issue is I can't find any logic in here. That's not quite right. I need to reconsider the information at hand. It's a bank of monitors displaying camera feeds from in and around the plane. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that shit catches my attention. The fuck is this? What on earth is this?
Oh, that is the president's favorite plushie. It's a memento of something. Anyway, don't touch.
If that's the case, then why has it been?
Left up there like nobody cares about it. Yeah, that is pretty weird.
It certainly wouldn't be the first place I would think to display a beloved item. Wait, are those shards of glass underneath it? I thought something strange about this cubby hole, but now I'm sure of it. There was almost certainly another monitor here. Okay, that's everything.
Wait, there's actually a contradiction between the bulletproof vest and the bullet through Rook's body.
I'm
'Cause we
thinking
know
the
where the
same, but...
We know where the second bullet went, right? The second bullet went into the Steel Samurai balloon.
Yeah, but... Bullet
Bullet
Maybe?
number one...
Where did bullet number 1 go?
Oh my god, I'm a genius.
I guess
It
we're about to
apparently
find out.
landed in the president, but somehow killed Rook in a side that it couldn't have hit him from?
Yeah, right. I think I completely skipped over that because, like, it's obvious it was someone else. Or, like, it happened at a different time, so I was 2 steps ahead of the game again.
Yeah, sure. Okay. We all believe that, Alfie.
Mm-hmm. 2 bullets were fired in total. We know this because 2 shots were heard. One traveled through the flag and into the balloon. The other took Mr. Rook's life.
But there's a bullet in the president's vest too, right? How is that possible?
How indeed. The numbers don't add up. However, there is one possible explanation.
There is?
After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged in the vest. In other words, 2 of her bullets were in fact 1.
No way!
He's right. If the president hadn't been wearing that vest, things could have been a lot worse.
And he wasn't injured at all by the impact? Even when obstructed by a vest, the bullet can inflict serious damage.
Sure, I've known guys who've broken bones that way. But the president's okay. He's made of strong stuff.
Sounds like he didn't even need a vest.
Let's not get carried away here. I want that bullet's ballistic markings analyzed.
Remind me what those are again?
Guns leave a unique pattern of grooves on every bullet they fire. By examining these grooves, we can use them to identify which gun it came from. Think of them as fingerprints of a sort.
You can tell all that from a bullet? Then what are we waiting for? Analyze away!
Might be easier said than done. That bullet hit solid armor. The impact will have completely flattened it. You'll be lucky if there's anything left for forensics to find.
What? But I was all set up for some analyzing. Aw, shucks. But, like, the angle doesn't add up at all there.
Yeah?
I mean, the bullet's in Rook's right side, no? How does...
Yeah, we don't
How
know
does that-
about an exit wound, so...
Yeah, but, like, the exit wound, if that's... That would have to be the exit wound in order for the angle to make sense. But then if that was the exit wound, there'd be a wound on the front of his body somewhere.
Mm-hmm. I have high hopes for your investigation. I do hope you won't betray my trust in you. Things are progressing well, I hope. There's no need to worry. Things are progressing just fine. Remember, I absolutely despise betrayals of all kinds. Yes, I know. Indeed you do. So please do take care not to double-cross me, accidentally or otherwise. I really have no choice but to do as he says for now.
Can't believe I let an assassin into the president's plane.
You know very well it was for the good of the investigation, Mr. Knight.
Don't give me that. I know what you really want.
You do indeed, because you heard me say it already. I wish to know the truth behind Mr. Rook's death. But you did also say you were asked to assassinate the president by a certain someone. You seem to have forgotten that there are more pressing matters at hand. I don't often carry out unpaid work, but it's not entirely unheard of. Fine, I'll get back to the investigation. Good. I'm expecting great things from you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Have you talked to Tabby yet?
No. I don't know if she's actually gonna... Oop, that's not... That's not gonna be useful. I don't think Tabby is going to be able to give us any evidence at this point. Huh?
Oh, they're the same gun.
The two guns are exactly the same, meaning it's likely that the one we found is also from Zhengfa. Sure.
The bodyguards all got their guns from the Zhengfa authorities, right? Are they, like, super rare or anything?
No, I don't believe so. This model isn't exactly easy to come by in this country, but it's certainly not impossible either.
Boo! And here I thought they might be valuable treasures.
Yes, it is something of a shame.
Whoa, I just mentioned treasures and you actually responded for once.
I only meant to point out that if the guns were rarer, it would be much easier to trace them. Which would have made them treasures of the evidence variety, I suppose.
Ha! I see. Everything's a treasure hunt one way or another, including this investigation.
You could say that.
All right then, it's treasure hunting time. On with the investigation.
She certainly seems a lot more enthusiastic all of a sudden.
Thievery and crime.
That's quite enough investigating for now. What is taking so long, Detective Gumshoe? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, have you solved the case? No, not yet. Is that so? Then perhaps interviewing another key witness might help you to do so. Another witness? Who?
You don't mean...
The most important witness of all. The man on the other side of that door. He really intends to have me question the president? Now, if you would be so kind as to summon him, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop right there to kill her! You're nuts if you think I let him anywhere near you!
Well, Mr. President, I'm sure you are watching us through your security feed, aren't you? In which case, I politely request that you show yourself. That is, if you value your bodyguard's life. Well then, if nothing else, we now know what kind of a man you really are.
Mr. President! Stop! You can't do this! Let's all just calm down, alright?
Come on, detective, where the blazes are you? The lights, what's happening? Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth, I would advise you to stay very still. It seems I will not be granted my audience with the president after all, even with Mr. Knight's life as my bargaining chip.
No, stop! Ah!
Okay, you won't get away with this, the killer. I have seen enough, and now I know the truth. Where are you? Where did you go? Ah! I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth. Worth. No idea who that's gonna be. Maybe Kay?
Start. Edgeworth!
Detective Gumshoe? Oh.
Sir! Mr. Edgeworth, sir!
I must have been knocked out I'm not. Blah. Stroke gaming. I must have been knocked unconscious.
Sir, you're okay!
Are you alright, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, Jesus.
Never mind me, he didn't hurt you, did he, Kay?
Nah, I'm fine. Only just woke up myself. My head will be sore for a while, but that's about it. So you can stop worrying.
Detective, did you manage to stop the killer?
Well, see, Miss Lloyd came running out of the plane and, she told us he'd flown the coop. We were too late. I'm sorry, sir. Bodyguard over there told us something too. Seems there's an inflatable boat missing from the window. The killer must have stolen it and rowed himself across the lake.
What about the cordon around the park?
I called everybody back in to stake out the plane, including the guys stationed across the water.
No. So he's completely slipped through our fingers?
Not the best look for the department, but yeah. Hey, Edgeworth!
Mr. Knight, you're alive.
Yeah, no thanks to that murderer. Oh, that reminds me. I found this lying on the ground next to you, Mr. Edgeworth.
A calling card, marked with a seashell.
Guess he wanted to leave a message.
The killer usually leaves these next to the bodies of his victims.
But you're not dead, sir.
But I could have been. Maybe that's the message. Can't stop thinking about his parting words. I have seen enough, and now I know the truth. I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth. And now I know the truth. The truth about what?
Roger that. All clear out here, sir. Over.
What's going on?
That was the president. He's coming out.
Now?
I'm so proud of him.
So he's the president of Zhengfa, Mr. Dijun Wang. And you are? It's an honor to meet you, Mr. President. My name is Miles Edgeworth. The honor is all mine, Mr. Edgeworth. I am Dijun Wang. Your efforts on behalf of Zhengfa have not gone unnoticed. You averted something of a crisis. He must be referring to the Atagarasu case. Thank you, sir, but all I did was solve a few local cases of murder. You are too humble. I have been observing your investigation. You are an impressive operator, Mr. Edgeworth. Even if the killer did get away. That's very kind of you to say. So he was watching through a security feed? Sadly, I must inform you that is as far as your investigation goes. What do you mean? Hear me, foolish prosecutor, for I shall say this only once. Knight has apprised me of the state of affairs. And from this point forward, the case will be handled by Zhengfa's police force. The finest in the world. Even with the killer out of the picture, they're still looking to get me thrown out of the case.
What do you think you're doing, pal? Nobody talks to Mr. Edgeworth like that. If it hadn't been for him, the killer would have.
Detective. Forgive him, Mr. President, but I must confess to being somewhat confused. I fail to see how or why this case falls within Zhengfa's jurisdiction. You fail to see? Enough, puny prosecutor! You seek explanations from a head of state? I say no! 1,000 times no! I will not explain myself to you. Now hand over the evidence you have gathered and remove yourselves from this plane.
I'd do as he says if I were you, Edgeworth.
This can't really be the end of the line, can it? Case evidence handed to Mr. Knight. Guy's a bit of a dick, no kidding. Ow. Fucking, that was a bear! Why? Why let us come so far only to pull the case out from under us? Now you may leave. Knight, detain the suspect.
Yes, sir. Right away.
To make an attempt on my life, to murder one of my faithful servants, the effrontery, the villainy.
I didn't murder nobody. Cause
Shut your mouth, Miss Journalist.
Answer me this, in a world already lousy with lies, with deception, with sin and iniquity. Can we stand by and suffer yet another crime to go unpunished? I say no! 1,000 times no! There can be no forgiveness, there can be no surrender. Why, you ask me, then I will tell you. He's hiding something. I'm certain of it. And if I leave now, we'll never know the truth.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Mr. Edgeworth, there's gotta be something we can do!
Think, Miles. Remember, how many times have you faced situations like this in the courtroom? You've confronted the lies of witnesses, encountered the arguments of other lawyers, except for certain spiky-haired ones who may or may not be my husband. Has the critical evidence always been laid at your feet? No. And yet you always got to the truth of the situation in the end. With your greatest weapon of all, your words. Now, let us analyze the state of play. Begone, puny prosecutor! Or do you dare defy the direct order of a president? He's not going to listen. He clearly means to drown out any objection by means of pure rhetorical force. When an opponent is on the offensive, the best thing I can do is bide my time and wait for an opening. As he said himself, he's a head of state, a seasoned politician. That's a typo if I've ever seen one. A politican. Politican. Pomlimticon. A seasoned pelican.
Yo, me too.
He won't open himself up to attack easily. I can't let him bully me into submission. I have to stay calm and alert. The only one that can...
No.
The only one that can bully me into submission is my husband. If I can... If I can read his movements and expressions correctly, I may be able to find my moment. My first aim should be to find out why he is insisting on Zheng Fa taking over the case. The board is set. Time to make my opening gambit. Could you at least explain to me why I am off the case? Imbecile, cease your insolent jabbering. I need not explain myself to you. My reasons are my own, and they are none of your concern. If I want to take this any further, I'll need a clue of some kind. Let me try another attack for now. Please, about the did I give you permission to speak? No! 1,000 times no! I am the leader of Zheng Fa. I have no time for your insolent backchat. I was simply hoping to confirm one basic fact. You say that the investigation will now be assigned to your national police force. I do. Now enough of your pointless questions. Good boy. The interior of this plane is the sovereign territory of Zheng Fa. You have no rights here. Is that so? Could it be that our current location itself is significant somehow? I should keep that in mind. It could be a useful clue. Could you at least explain to me why I am off the case? Imbecile, cease your insolent jabbering. Do you ever get this feeling of déjà vu? I need not explain myself to you. My reasons are my own, and they are none of your concern. Perhaps it's time to employ my clue. In the course of our conversation, I've deduced certain facts from your behavior, Mr. President. For example, you seem particularly aggressive when discussing our current location. You smarmy smart aleck. As you said yourself, the presidential plane is a sovereign territory of Zheng Fa. And from that we can infer that you believe the rules of extraterritoriality apply inside here. Is that correct? Not that fucking word again! Enough! Cease your objectionable whining. If you have nothing else to say, then stop wasting my time and get out of my sight. Maybe there is such a thing as biding my time too much. I can't let him bully me onto the back foot. I have to stay calm and alert. If I can read his movements and expressions correctly, I may be able to find an opening. Oh, for fuck's sake. You can rant and roar all you like, but you won't escape my scrutiny. I was unmistakable. The moment I mentioned extraterritoriality, you became visibly agitated. You think you're clever, don't you? Let me answer your little question. It's true! Extraterritoriality applies! Your laws mean nothing here! Where the fuck have we heard this before? Oh no.
If I had a coin for every case in this game, in this series, where extraterritoriality has been a core plot point, I would have 2 coins. Which is not that many, but it's weird that it's happened twice.
And why does that matter, you ask? It matters because it means you are powerless! You have neither influence nor authority here. Doofen Ash, you here.
I'm never here.
Interesting. So the extraterritoriality issue does have something to do with all of this. Let's dig a little deeper into the claim that the plane is sovereign territory, shall we? This next move will surely decide the victor. He may be the president, but nobody is untouchable. I just have to find the right angle of attack. You believe that extraterritoriality applies here, but can you prove it? Do you even understand what you are asking? Of course, if I didn't, I wouldn't ask it. Have you no shame? Calling into question the good word of one such as myself? I have no more time for this. You clearly cannot be saved from your own foolishness. You needn't worry about me. I'm not the one who needs saving. That would be Miss Lloyd, the woman who is being wrongfully accused of this crime. Your chivalry is admirable, but it changes nothing. The right to extraterritoriality cannot be denied. This is Zhang Fa! If I want to take this any further, I'll need a clue of some kind. Let me try another attack for now. Surely you see that you've overplayed your hand. Nobody asked for your opinion. You need only obey me. Nothing else. I have an issue. My model is fucking up, but we're in a time-sensitive thing. You dare tell me how to govern? How to lead? You dare contradict me? On the matter of Miss Lloyd's guilt? Yes, I do. No. She is guilty. She is the culprit. There is nothing left to debate. You must have realized by now what a massive corner you've docked yourself into. Oh. Worthless, meaningless bluster. Some pathetic ploy to buy time, perhaps. Maybe it was a little pathetic to chime in like that here. I can't let him bully me onto the back foot. I have to stay calm and alert. If I can read his movements and expressions correctly, I may be able to find an opening. Who else could have fired from outside the plane? There is no other viable suspect. Fascinating. So he's claiming that Miss Lloyd fired at him from outside the plane. Give me a sec while I restart my model. Technical difficulties. All right. This could be a vital clue. You believe that Wait. I have no more time for this. You clearly cannot be saved from your own foolishness. You needn't worry about me. I'm not the one who needs saving. Oh, fuck, right. Time to deploy my clue. I may not be able to call the extraterritoriality of the presidential plane into doubt. However, according to you, she shot at you from outside the aircraft, correct? In which case, extraterritoriality could not possibly apply in this case. Your assertion is entirely without merit, and the detainment of Miss Lloyd cannot be justified. Ah! How could I have? Bested by a mere prosecutor? But I am the president! The president! Checkmate. I trust you won't mind if we continue our investigation now, Mr. President. I hereby officially and unreservedly confirm my approval. Consider it a gesture of the magnanimity and generosity for which my good office is known. Yes, for without... Okay. Unmistakably and irrefutably, for whichever reason, we hereby... There can be no other outcome, for our goals are lofty and our hearts People of Zhengfa, I swear to you here and now, this investigation will continue.
All that when he could have just said, okay, you got me.
Mr. Knight, if you would care to return the evidence.
Take it.
Case evidence retrieved from Mr. Knight.
We did it, Mr. Edgeworth!
We sure did. And now the investigation can continue.
Whatever. Enjoy your pocket full of pawns. I'll be over here enjoying how you put them into play.
Then you will definitely enjoy my next move. Mr. President, one more favor if you would be so kind. What is it? Could you please give us your testimony concerning the incident itself? Now you want me to testify?
Whoa, whoa, that's your next move? If you want the president to testify, you'll have to take him to court.
All in good time, Mr. Knight. He will get his day in court soon enough. But if a person of interest refuses to cooperate at the investigative stage of the process, they are obliged to provide detailed justification as to their reasons for doing so.
That's...
What's the matter? Is there something you'd rather we didn't know? Stand down, Knight. I'll do as the prosecutor asks. Thank you for your cooperation. Now listen, and listen well. Where was I when the incident occurred? The stage, of course. Suddenly, Rook and Knight jumped in front of me. Then bang! A shot rang out and a plain, unblemished balloon of red exploded nearby. Not hesitating for an instant, my bodyguards tried to escort me back to the safety of the plane. And then the second shot. The bullet went right through Rook and lodged itself in the bulletproof vest I was wearing.
I guess if you look at it in one way, the president is also a victim here.
Yes, the victim of an attempted assassination. Rook was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time.
But that makes it even weirder. Why would the target of a crime try to obscure the try to obstruct the investigation?
My guess is that there's something behind all this that he doesn't want made public.
A cover-up, huh? I knew there was more to this case than meets the eye.
And the president isn't the only one who knows the truth. Isn't that right, Mr. Knight? Time to get to the bottom of this once and for all.
I still think the angle of the bullet doesn't make much sense.
Yeah?
Yeah. Because if the shooter was on the left side, then how could the bullet have gone through Rook and then into the president when the entry wound is a wound on Rook's right side?
Fair enough. Not sure either. That being said, it wasn't the balloon of red, it was the Steel Samurai, which might not actually be a contradiction, but it is wrong, right?
Maybe?
Objection!
Yeah. You say it was a plain red balloon that burst. But I strongly beg to differ. What? Take a look at this. I think you'd agree that it's hardly plain, wouldn't you? Oh! What? Who is that? Mr. President, meet the Steel Samurai. I would have hoped you might recognize him. Especially if you were hoping to ingratiate yourself with the people of this country.
Yeah! Oh, you need to watch the Jammin' Ninja too. He's amazing!
So, you see, the balloon that was struck by the bullet was anything but plain. It was, in fact, of the Steel Samurai. But the briefing mentioned 2 plain red balloons. And there they are, right on the security plan. Wait, what? Where? Oh, yeah.
They do look pretty plain, don't they? Just simple round balloons.
Knight, what is the meaning of this? Explain yourself.
Yes, Mr. President. It seems a steel samurai balloon was borrowed at the last minute, sir.
Borrowed?
That's what we were told. Guess they only reported the incident to us bodyguards, though. Seems there was a little trouble here on our site last night. One of the original balloons burst somehow.
So they swapped it in as an emergency replacement.
Yeah, one of the stall holders happened to have it. From what I hear, he was more than willing to lend it out. A very happy-go-lucky kind of guy, they said.
Larry? A happy-go-lucky stall holder with a steel samurai balloon to spare, huh?
They filled just the bottom part up with air to make it look like the other ornamental balloon.
So, while it was a steel samurai balloon, it was made to look like a plain red one above water. Is that the long and short of it? Knight! Why was I not informed of this?
Sorry, sir. We didn't think it was a pressing issue.
And indeed, you saw it and knew no different, correct? Yes, I suppose so. Could you really have mistaken the steel samurai's pants for a plain red balloon? Still, Mr. President, I struggle to see how you wouldn't have noticed something different about the balloon. Of course! What's that outburst for? Now I remember. I could barely see the balloon. You couldn't see it? That's right, the wind was blowing too hard. The flags to the sides of the stage were flapping incessantly and blocking my view. Is that so? Yes, those two flags. They were being blown back towards me. There would have been a strong wind blowing right around the time of the incident. Strong enough to blow the flags in just such a fashion. But does that conflict in any way with our understanding of the case? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Your testimony has revealed yet another contradiction. It has. Yes, contradiction that could turn this entire case on its head. When I arrived on the scene, the wind had died down and the flags were resting calmly for the most part. But if the wind had previously been blowing the flags as the President describes, a certain piece of evidence suddenly takes on a very different meaning. Ow. I mean,
It's probably just the bullet trajectory again, right?
yeah.
Take that!
Otherwise, it's the balloon again, but there. Earlier, we deduced that the bullet that struck the steel samurai balloon and the bullet that passed through the flag were one and the same. From these two things, we further deduced the trajectory that the bullet must have taken. And we concluded that our shooter must have fired from the left side of the spectator area. But if the flags were blowing as the President describes, our conclusion becomes quite different.
No way! If the flags were pointed in the other direction...
Exactly. Our trajectory changes completely. And if we trace that trajectory back to its source, we can ascertain who really fired that shot.
Wait, but Mr. Edgeworth, that would mean...
Yes, I know. We may not yet understand the reason why, but it can only have been one person who did it. Who does the bullet's new trajectory implicate as the one that fired the shot?
Take that!
Does it?
Hmm.
Why?
Because it's either him or the president, I guess. But
Well,
the president didn't
why
have a
would
gun.
Why would he have shot at the balloon, though?
What?
The person who fired that shot was none other than you, Mr. Knight. Sorry. I accidentally skipped ahead. The path from the balloon back through the flag leads directly to the spot where you were standing.
But the guy's one of the president's bodyguards. Why the heck would he go around shooting balloons?
This is absurd! What exactly are you trying to imply? That Mr. Knight, a man who has saved my life countless times, is my would-be assassin?
Seriously, Edgeworth, we've put up with a lot from you, but this? We're President Wang's bodyguards. We're the pieces put on the board to protect the king.
I'll handle this, Knight.
Sorry, sir.
Mr. Edgeworth, the wind was indeed blowing quite fiercely around the time of my speech. But the wind can pick up and die away in an instant, can it not? Therefore, I need proof. Proof that it was blowing hard enough to lift the flags during that crucial moment. The first shot was fired right around the time the president raised his fist. I have a piece of evidence that shows just that. Perhaps it can also show us what was happening with the flag then too.
Yeah, that shows it.
Yeah.
Take that!
Your proof is in this picture right here. This should be good. Which picture? Where? We can see which way the flag was really blowing right here.
Take that!
Well, do you deny that it clearly shows the flag? There we have it. Proof that it was blowing towards you at the moment of the shooting.
So that means our pal over there did shoot a balloon?
Making him the assassin?
Mr. Knight. Sure. Nope, he's not. Mr. Knight is our assassin. A shocking accusation. I will be intrigued to learn how that would be to his advantage.
Huh? What do you mean?
He means, what would I have stood to gain by killing the president? I'm his bodyguard, if he's not around anymore. Neither is my job. Now why would I give that up?
He's right, why would he? Mr. Knight is not the assassin. He may have shot the balloon, but the president was on the other side of him entirely. Therefore, he can't have been aiming at his boss.
Yeah, besides, why would I even shoot a balloon? What would be the point? And watch how you answer, I might aim for something else next.
There was a point, I'm sure of it. If I can figure out what it was, perhaps I can finally put this whole conundrum to rest. Knight definitely shot a balloon. That fact alone changes everything about the case. Why did Knight's assigned position change?
I told you, I can't turn my neck to the right. Could only cover the president's left side. So I wound up moving to the right side of the stage.
But is that the only reason? Let us suppose that the plan hadn't changed, that Knight had remained posted on the left. Given that he was unable to turn his head to the right, would he even have been able to shoot the balloon closest to him? Could it be that the security plan was changed for the express purpose of popping one of the balloons? And if we suppose that to be the case, the two plans are different. Was the security detail reorganized at some point?
Yeah, we made some last-minute changes yesterday. President's orders.
That's right. The president was the one who ordered the change. If I'm reading things right, the president knew in advance about the balloon shooting. Which means he must have had foreknowledge he would be in someone's crosshairs today as well. And if that's true, then everything else that's been bothering me falls neatly into place. How did the shooter get a gun past such heavy security? And why would they then carry out the shooting wearing such a conspicuous item of clothing? Why use a laser sight that would give away their location in an instant? And how did the president suffer no injuries at all despite a direct hit to his vest? These are the questions that Knight and the president don't want us to consider. There is only one possible reason for Mr. Knight to have fired his gun. To create the illusion of an assassination attempt.
What?
Huh?
Ah!
Idiot. You do understand what you're saying.
Oh, I understand all too well. I understand everything now. Most of all, I understand why you are so keen to take this investigation off my hands, Mr. President. You wanted your real plans to remain hidden. How dare you speak to me that way? Is this some sort of sick joke? Oh, it's no joke. I assure you. It is simply the truth as revealed by the careful application of logic and reasoning, nothing more. The first shot was fired by Mr. Knight with the specific intention of hitting that balloon. The sound of gunfire and the bursting of the balloon were guaranteed to cause a panic. And then he fired again.
He did?
Yes. He fired 2 bullets, both of which were aimed at the balloon. As for why he did so, it's because the second shot was designed to create the impression that the president had been hit.
So then, what's the deal with the one in the vest?
I'm willing to bet that bullet was planted there long before the shooting ever occurred.
So Mr. Heroic President didn't take a bullet after all.
That's not true. I was shot, I tell you. We'll be able to verify that for ourselves once we take a closer look at the bullet. At the very least, we can expect to find traces of Mr. Rook's blood on it, correct? But you said it yourself. You found the shooter in a photograph, the person with the red hood. I thought I made myself clear. The trajectory points to only one possible shooter, Mr. Knight.
Then where does Tabby fit into all this?
She was simply one part of their plan. In order to place the suspicion elsewhere, they set about creating a fake assassin. The
highly suspicious person with the red hood.
I have yet to ascertain exactly how complicit Miss Lloyd was in the whole scheme. But I can say with some confidence that none of the shots were fired by her. I suspect her only job was to point a laser sight at the president.
That's right. And I was...
Tasked with turning her jacket inside out the moment the crowd flew into a panic, yes. Thus making the mysterious red-hooded shooter disappear in the blink of an eye. Then, when the gun and the security plan were later found in the trash can, it would have all appeared to have been the work of an assassin so skilled they could vanish into thin air.
But then the case would have gone cold.
Exactly what our friends here were hoping for.
Makes sense now why they wanted you off the case.
Indeed, because the entire affair was a cheap ruse perpetrated by the president himself. No, why, the presidential mask is well and truly slipped. Admit it, the entire assassination was a lie, wasn't it? Oh, if that stupid chief prosecutor hadn't insisted on assigning you. How could I let this happen?
Objection!
Whoa,
That's enough, Edgeworth.
I didn't expect him to get an objection line. Mr. Knight. Sorry, but I'm speaking with the president right now.
Yeah, well, I'm doing my job as a knight and protecting my king.
Colonel.
So go ahead, keep running your mouth.
Perhaps it would be better if we stuck to threatening each other with words.
He wouldn't, would he?
Nah, I don't need this thing to shut you up. Alright, my move. Question. You claim I fired my gun from on stage. How do you figure I did that in front of a crowd of thousands?
An excellent point. Time for my counter move, I suppose. You had a certain something that allowed you to conceal your actions.
A certain something, huh? Mighty specific.
What did Knight use to hide his actions from the crowd?
The briefcase.
Yeah.
Take that!
My attaché case?
Yes. Take a look at Kay's photograph. Your right hand is completely obstructed by the case. At the very moment this picture was taken, you were firing your gun. And in such a way that you wouldn't be detected.
Objection!
You don't like to let the facts get in the way of a good theory, do you, Edgeworth? Shame you don't seem to have noticed.
Noticed what?
That theories are all you have. Conjectures, nothing more. The flag was billowing in the wind at precisely the right moment. I hit my gun with my attaché case. We changed the security plans because I couldn't turn my head. It's all just speculation, circumstantial evidence at best. You can't prove any of it. If you at least had the bullet that burst the balloon, you might have a scrap of credibility. Imagine, you could have run forensics to see if it matched my gun. But no, that bullet is at the bottom of the lake. You gonna go dredge it up?
I hate to say it, but he's right. I don't have anything concrete.
I thought not. Maybe now you can shut your mouth.
Miss Lloyd. Of course, she could shed some light on this whole situation. I just need to get her to talk.
What's the matter? Something you want to say, Miss Journalist?
Not. Never mind.
That's what I thought.
Miss Lloyd. I need you to be brave. If you don't speak up, the truth will be lost forever. You are a journalist after all, are you not?
Dang it, I can't stay quiet any longer.
Hey, you understand what you're doing, right? I think carefully before opening that mouth of yours.
I was so focused on bagging me a scoop, I forgot the most important thing of all. Real journalists don't lie. Ain't no dang scoop if it ain't the truth! I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I should have showed you this before.
What is it?
That's the laser pointer I used on the president. That's all I done. I never shot nobody!
You stupid! I thought I told you! You squealing you go down as an accomplice.
It was him! He told me to do it! I was at Zhengfa's embassy sniffing out a story like I told you. This was 3 days back. He comes up to me out of the blue, just starts talking. Help me out and I'll get you exclusive access to the president, that kind of stuff.
But what about the gun in the trash can?
That I don't know nothing about, I swear it. Alls he told me was to wear a jacket with a red hood and to point that there pointer at the president. I never thought for a minute it'd blow up in my face so bad. Sorry. Truly, I am.
Thank you, Miss Lloyd. I'd like you to testify to that effect when this goes to trial. It ought to go a long way towards proving that the assassination was a sham.
What's wrong with you people? Don't any of you know what's good for you?
My sympathies, Mr. Knight. Had you successfully removed me from this case as you'd intended, perhaps then you could have kept your pawn quiet,
So, let me get this straight. You told Tabby, if you let slip about the fake assassination plot, we'll have you convicted for murder. Something like that.
Of all the dirty... I said no such thing.
President Wang. Give it up, Knight. It's time we come clean. It's our only choice. So, Mr. President, you admit it. You admit that there was a plot to fake an assassination attempt. I do. I'm sorry.
But why? Why do something like that?
My popularity has been on the wane back home. I thought surviving an attempt on my life might give me the boost I needed. I know what we did was wrong, so yes, it was all lies. All of it. And the bullet in the vest. It was planted ahead of time. I wasn't hit by anything today.
But then, what was up with the killer?
Our plan got out somehow. And then he just appeared, hellbent on turning our fake assassination into a real one. Hence the red raincoat, I suppose. He'd hoped to get in close enough as a fake assassin to finish the job. There is one thing I don't understand, though. Oh, wonder what would that be? Why did Rook have to die? If the whole thing was fake, how did he wind up getting killed for real? That's true. And therein lies a real question. He was a fine bodyguard. The best, in fact. He may not have been a native of Zhengfa, but he was someone I could fully trust.
Mr. Rook must have been really something to gain the trust of someone who'd hide from his own shadow.
Sound like he was as trustworthy to the president as I am to you, huh, sir?
I believe that's for me to say, Detective, not you. Mr. Rook must have known about the plan too, then, correct? He wasn't aware of any specific details, so not really. I tried to involve him, but he refused. And you would have done well to listen to him. This is a tragedy. The life of a good man has been wasted.
What was so great about him anyway?
What's gotten into him?
He was just another piece on the board, there to protect you, nothing more.
Mr. Knight, how could you?
Who was it that actually went along with your plan, huh, Mr. President? Well, that pious coward backed down when you needed him to step up the most.
I value your support too, of course, but...
Look, I am your chief bodyguard now. That's all that matters. And now that spineless fool Rook is gone, things are gonna change around here. Thanks to me, genius strategist, grandmaster, rightful leader of this team.
We are all well aware of your ambitions, Knight. But doesn't this seem a little imprudent of you?
Why? My plan this time was perfect. As they always are and as they always will be.
That's quite a statement, especially considering that your perfect plan was an abject failure.
Yeah, no thanks to you. And a buffoon Rook.
And how exactly was it Mr. Rook's fault?
If he hadn't died, the killer would have never come after me. And I wouldn't have had to let you on this plane.
Please, Mr. Knight, you mustn't talk like that.
Fine. The guy died protecting you, Mr. President. I'm sure that's just what he always wanted.
But did he die protecting the president?
Wait, I thought the whole assassination thing was fake.
Oh, come on! Do I have to say everything twice? We planned a fake assassination, but somebody else came along and tried to make it real. 2 shots were fired, remember? Like you said, Edgeworth, one of them was the bullet I shot through that balloon. But the second, that wasn't me.
Oh, really? Then who did fire it?
The real assassin, but not the killer. His plan was to come after the president with a knife. No, the most likely suspect here is the beast cowering quietly in the corner. Our lily white queen over there.
What?
Miss Lloyd?
Again with this, I'm not your danged assassin!
But is that really true? I for one don't believe it. The gun in the trash can. It can only belong to you! As soon as I shot that balloon, I rushed over to help Rook escort the president back onto the plane. I left Rook here in this room while I secured the president in the safe room. When I came back out, Rook was lying there on the ground. This journalist must have shot Rook while we were escorting the president off stage. That single killer shot was fired by the gun you found in the trash can.
So you don't actually know when the victim was struck by the bullet, do you?
The knight doesn't protect the Rook, Edgeworth. He protects the king.
You wanna translate?
He means that his only concern was protecting the president.
Lose the king and you lose the game. Isn't that the first rule of chess?
But a win in which a key piece is sacrificed is a hollow victory indeed.
Doesn't matter, it's still a victory. I kept the president safe, I win.
Well, it's a bit early to be calling our little match in any case, for this is where our battle really begins. I don't think we have anything yet.
The bullet's in Rick's right side, though.
Wait, no, there were 2 bullets in the...
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Objection!
So you contend that it was Hugh who shot the balloon and Miss Lloyd who shot Mr. Rook. Are you sure about that?
Sure, I'm sure.
While what you've proposed would indeed match up with the total number of shots heard, the gun from the trash can itself has also been fired twice.
Ugh.
Now, why would the supposed number of shots heard from this gun differ from the number of spent rounds? It's simple. Because it was planted. Planted by the real perpetrator of the crime.
somebody faked the evidence?
Yes, and if you think about it, their reason for doing so is obvious. To ensure that whoever found the gun would conclude that the shooter had been in the spectator area. And in order to do that, they had to make it seem as if both shots had come from this one weapon.
I get it. So that's why it's got 2 spent rounds, huh?
Precisely. As we have already proven, the bullet that burst the balloon came from a different weapon. Which makes it entirely possible that the bullet which killed Mr. Rook didn't come from this gun either.
Heh. Nice work, Edgeworth. That's some high-grade sleuthing. But why don't you get to the point? You've come this far. Spit it out!
Oh, I intend to. Don't worry. The person who really shot Mr. Rook was...
Take that!
you, Mr. Knight. You're the one who murdered Mr. Rook.
Oh, finally got up the courage to say it, huh?
Surely not. Surely you wouldn't have. It wasn't only the killer who tried to take advantage of this fake murder plot. You killed Mr. Rook, hoping that he would look like an accidental victim of the bungled assassination. With the president locked away in the safe room and the door of the airplane tightly closed, it was just you and Mr. Rook, alone, together. And that was when the third bullet was fired, right into your colleague's body.
Objection!
Wait, you're really gonna claim there's a third one now? You just said only 2 gunshots were heard. Wanna tell me how that works?
Objection!
Airplane cabins are practically soundproof, Mr. Knight. If you close the door, nothing can be heard from the outside. Not even gunfire.
But wasn't the president right next door?
Very true. Which means he may have heard the shot himself. Well, Mr. President, I didn't hear anything. But you can observe this room to your security feed, can you not? The camera in this room isn't normally on. I have to manually switch it on when I enter the safe room.
And that's what you did this time too, right?
Well, that is... what's gotten into him? Mr. President, this is vitally important.
Please, President Wang.
Fine, I was busy hiding under the bed, covering my ears.
What? Even though you knew the whole thing wasn't real?
Yes, because I hate the sound of guns. Just the slightest hint of that awful noise and... oh, it's just too much.
Oof, that there's sadder than a pot of overcooked crawfish.
Mr. Knight, you saw that President Wang was cowering beneath the bed. And what's more, you knew from the monitor bank that the security camera for this room hadn't been switched on. Which means you knew that the circumstances were perfect for you to fire the third shot straight at Mr. Rook. Knight, how could you? Could you really have betrayed my trust so horribly?
You think I killed the old half-wit? You don't trust me much, huh? This is the thanks I get for putting my life on the line for you day after day.
I want to believe you, but...
I don't get it. I just don't get it. What is there to doubt here? What? You don't believe that the girl over there could have done it?
No, because this gun isn't a murder weapon. We know this from the number of bullets fired.
Yeah. Well, how do you know there wasn't a spent bullet from the start?
What?
Someone could have fired a bullet from that gun yesterday or the day before. Then today, another bullet. The bullet that hit Rook. That's pure speculation, pal, and you know it. Maybe, but can you prove it's not true?
Not with any certainty, no.
You're nothing without conclusive proof, so come on. A single piece of evidence, straight through my heart. I dare you. Well, what are you waiting for?
There must be something. Mustn't there, Mr. Edgeworth? If we can't prove it, Tabby's... Please, Ruffles. I messed up. I know I did. I should have never done what I did, not even for a scoop. But murder? No, that ain't me. Ain't a murderous bone in my body.
Conclusive proof. If only I could prove that knight's gun as the murder weapon. Wait. Perhaps I can.
If you at least had the bullet that burst the balloon, you might have a scrap of credibility. Imagine, you could have run forensics to see if it matched my gun.
If we had the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, forensics could tell us which gun it was fired from.
No proof, no case. End of conversation.
Hold it right there.
What now? You're not about to claim you do have proof.
Of course I do.
This ought to be good. Alright, bring it on. Show me this proof of yours.
The bullet that killed Mr. Rook is the key to ending our little game. Very well, my conclusive evidence is... well, not currently in my possession.
Alright then. Thanks for playing, folks, but that's game over.
However, it is here in this room.
What?
As we know, the bullet that killed Mr. Rook passed through his body. But where did it end its journey? Perhaps we should cast our minds back to an earlier conversation. After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged in the vest.
He's right. If the president hadn't been wearing that vest, things could have been a lot worse.
But now, of course, we know that the so-called assassination attempt was a complete fabrication. The vest was prepared in advance, made to look as if it had been hit by a bullet. Which begs the question, where is the real bullet?
I like it, a twist. This is good stuff, Edgeworth. Come on then, don't keep us in suspense.
Does any of the evidence point to where the bullet that killed Mr. Rook might have ended up? There's something very clearly missing from this room.
Yes, a prosecutor with some common sense.
Take a look at the bank of security monitors. Oh! I see you've caught on, Mr. President. Splendid. There are screens here showing views from all around this airplane, inside and out. The only external angle not covered is the right-hand side of the aircraft. And that's because one of the monitors is missing. There was a monitor in that space previously, wasn't there, Mr. President? There was. I have no idea what my plushie is doing there now, though. It appears to be someone's vain attempt to hide what is obviously lacking. But where did it go and why? The why is easy enough to answer, because it was struck by a bullet. For if we were to believe that the bullet in the vest was the real deal, then anything that hinted at the existence of another bullet had to be removed.
So, where did the missing monitor go?
Where indeed? I believe that it must be hidden somewhere on this plane. After all, there wouldn't have been time to dispose of it outside the aircraft. Detective Gumshoe, conduct a search, if you will.
Right away, sir. Mr. President, extraterritoriality, remember?
I have no objection to the search. Please, go ahead. If it will help us discover the truth behind what happened to Rook, I will not stand in your way.
What are you? I don't believe this! Rook this, Rook that. Don't you ever think about anybody else?
The search has been authorized, Detective, if you wouldn't mind.
sir! I found the monitor!
Excellent work. Now go ahead and extract the bullet.
Let's see. If I put my hand in here and just... Come on, come on, come on, got it!
Well, would you look at that. Blood. This is the bullet that killed Mr. Rook. There's no doubt about it. And there you have it, Mr. Knight. The single piece of evidence you requested straight through your heart. Even you must now admit, if this bullet didn't come from the spectator area gun, then Miss Lloyd cannot be Mr. Rook's killer. What, no pity comeback? Detective, have forensics analyze the bullet for striations and compare them to the gun we found.
Yes, sir. We'll get the evidence you need. You can count on it.
All right, let's hear what forensics has to say.
Our findings are as follows, sir. Firstly, the blood on the bullet is indeed that of the victim.
Proving that it was the bullet that killed Mr. Rook.
Secondly, we found Mr. Knight's fingerprints on the gun.
Probably from when I handed all the evidence over to him. Now for the key parts, the striations. If they're not a match, then Miss Lloyd is in the clear.
Lastly, the striations on the bullet are a match with the weapon.
What? But how could that be?
No way! Oh, come on.
There's no doubt about it, sir. This is the gun that fired the bullet.
How?
Well, isn't that something? Conclusive proof that I was right. What's the matter? You didn't think you had me backed into a corner, did you? Guess you misread the board. Cause the only one backed into a corner here is you!
No bullying Lane in my chat, or anyone for that matter.
There's no denying it. Forensics proof that the gun and the bullet are a match. The bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found in the spectator area. So who pulled the trigger? It can't have been me. I was up on stage, which leaves your little friend. The hack killed Rook. She's the murderer. And you just proved it. Your move, Edgeworth. But just remember two things. One, where you found that gun. And two, which gun the fatal bullet came from. Whichever way you look at it, I can't have been the shooter.
How did it come to this?
Me and the president, we admitted to faking the assassination attempt. Now it's your turn to admit something. Who the killer really is!
There's no way that Tabby did it. Is there?
Don't let him get to you, Kay. We just need to go over his statements again. There must be something further we can deduce from them.
Okay, let's do this, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it!
What proof is there that Miss Lloyd fired that gun?
What proof? How about the forensics you ordered?
They didn't find her prints, though, did they?
Yeah, the only prints they found were yours, pal.
Objection!
But when I confiscated the evidence, probably. Anyway, say it wasn't Miss Journalist. Who was it? Because it can't have been me. Your own investigation put the shooter in the spectator area, didn't it? Are you ready to admit it yet? All the evidence points in one direction.
Wait, but we know the bullet was fired in this room, right?
Yeah.
And we know that Miss Lloyd wasn't in the room. I'm not really sure what evidence we have for that, but...
There's no statement or evidence to go about that, so that's probably what we're going to have to get out of here. Or get in here somehow.
Okay.
Hold it!
That's not what I proved at all.
Oh yeah? So what did you prove? Still trying to make this about how I fired the first shot? Sure, you proved that and I admitted it. But so what? You're forgetting that you're forgetting that you're here to do one thing and one thing only. You got that right, to uncover the truth. And you think ruining your country's relationship with Zhang Fa is going to do that? No. Your job is to solve an attempted assassination. Nothing else.
I'll decide what my job is, thank you very much. You don't get to tell me what to do.
Oh sure. Let the trial go cold while you flip your wig over who gets to say what to who. Or you could finally do the right thing and admit that your little friend is guilty.
Never. You're the guilty one here, there's no doubt about it. The markings on the bullet are consistent with those left by the weapon from the trash can. But if Mr. Knight were to have tampered with the gun somehow, he could have only done it once I'd handed over the evidence and not a moment before.
Isn't there anything we can do, Mr. Edgeworth? There must be something.
Our reasoning thus far has been sound, I'm sure of it. Which means we can overcome his defenses this time as well.
Really? Even with the forensic results on his side?
If a testimony is untruthful, there is always a contradiction to be found. Let's listen to what he has to say for himself one more time.
Hold it!
No, that...
Objection!
What was it you said? The forensics would pack you up? How does it feel to be shot in the chest by your own conclusive proof, huh? Not so good, I imagine.
The bullet and the gun are a match, Mr. Edgeworth. That kinda has to mean that Tabby pulled the trigger, no?
Even so, I simply cannot accept that.
But sir, there's no denying the evidence.
There isn't, so what am I missing? If I assume Miss Lloyd to be innocent, then the gun and the bullet shouldn't be a match. What is it, Kay?
I was just thinking, if the evidence points to something that doesn't seem possible, then maybe there's something wrong with it.
You're asking me to call the evidence into question?
Well, there's no way Tabby did this, right? So if the evidence says that she did, then the problem must lie there.
You seem very sure about this.
Call it my great thief's intuition.
Intuition, huh? Still, she could be right. I simply don't believe Miss Lloyd has to be a malicious liar, which means... As someone who believes that evidence is everything in court, the irony is not lost on me, but if I were to call a piece of evidence into question, it would have to be the gun, right?
Maybe
might-
the bullet?
He might have swapped the guns while he was holding on to the evidence.
Yeah, that's true, actually, yeah.
If something untoward is going on here, it would have to involve the weapon, not the bullet. After all, we only just recovered the bullet a little while ago. Furthermore, we know that Mr. Knight had an opportunity to handle the gun. Now hand over the evidence you have gathered and remove yourselves from this plane.
I'd do as he says if I were you, Edgeworth.
This can't really be the end of the line, can it? Indeed, he had ample opportunity. There's no doubt that this gun is the weapon that was used in the crime. Which means it must belong to...
Take that!
The gun belongs to Mr. Knight. He switched them around. That has to be it.
Objection!
Admit it, you switched the guns, didn't you, Mr. Knight? That's why the markings match the weapon in question. It was yours all along.
An intriguing move there, Edgeworth. And
You must have made the switch when I handed over the evidence. While I was busy trying to make the case for remaining on the investigation. You took the laser sight from the gun we found in the trash can and put it on your own. Then, not long afterwards, you handed that gun back to me instead of the one we found.
I did, huh? You think I somehow knew you'd find, let alone run forensics on that bullet sometime in the future?
Is that so strange? You're a chess player after all. A man well used to thinking several moves ahead.
I'm flattered, but much as it pains me to admit it, you're overestimating my abilities. Besides, do you even have any proof that I made the switch? The gun is the same model as mine. Weird, sure, but it's just a coincidence. And look, there's a laser sight attached. Also, take a look in the cylinder. 2 spent bullets. Just what we'd expect to see. So what proof do you have that I switched the original gun out for mine, huh? None, that's what!
You say I'm overestimating your abilities. You surprise me.
What can I say? I'm a modest guy. More modest than you, that's for sure. Everywhere except at the chessboard, that is.
Well, I didn't see a chessboard here, do you?
Shame. Still, guess that gives you a nice excuse. I didn't mess up, I just didn't have the right evidence.
I don't think I'll be the one making excuses. Rather, I didn't mess up. They just got lucky with the evidence, will be your excuse, I'd imagine.
Hold it!
I've been meaning to ask, actually. What about your own weapon? How many spent bullets are in that cylinder?
This old girl here? Well, now... I let loose a few rounds earlier, as you saw.
He reloads his gun every time he fires it.
But even if I were to tell you how many there were at the time, you'd have no way of verifying that.
Of course, in order to swap the guns properly, he'd have to maintain the right number of bullets per gun. He didn't have the chance to put on any gloves, though, which means...
Alright, I think it's about time you did the right thing and resigned, don't you? Game's all but done, see?
Hold it! Objection!
Something you clearly don't have. If you did, you'd have made your move by now. We do so have proof, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
We won't be given a chance to investigate any further. I'll have to work with what we've gathered. Think, Miles, think. Consider all the possibilities.
If you've got the goods, it's now or never.
How are we supposed to prove he switched the guns?
Unfortunately, we don't have any direct evidence of his wrongdoing. But that in itself is proof of a kind.
Because otherwise, the striations wouldn't line up like they do. Right, sir?
Right, we must carefully consider and infer what we can from the evidence he brings up in his testimony. The truth is in there somewhere.
Hold it!
A coincidence, you say?
Or was it a necessity? It can be both, pal. Sure it can. We bodyguards need to protect the president. And the girl needed to use a gun, but she probably doesn't know a whole lot about them. It's not so far-fetched for her to pick something she's heard of that we also happen to use.
Okay, but why a revolver? Why is that your go-to gun?
It's probably something to do with its ease of use. No spent casings to chase down, for example.
Exactly. The perfect tool for a job where you can't afford to fail, or don't know what you're doing. Still, coincidence, necessity, it doesn't make a whole lot of difference either way.
Oh, Kay's back. Yeah, Kay's in this game as well, luckily.
Hold it!
Because you swapped it on there.
Put up or shut up, Edgeworth. Where's your evidence?
Well, that is...
Don't go making accusations you can't back up. Or did your daddy never teach you that? As it stands, the facts are in my favor here.
So we're gonna have to present something.
You have proof that the gun was fired in this room. And you also have proof of where Tabby was during the first 2 shots being fired.
Wait. 2 spent bullets, that's not correct. Because the gun was fired to pop the balloon. The gun was fired a second time to make it look like the bulletproof vest was hit. And then,
a
the
third
gun
time
should
to
have been
Rook,
fired
yeah.
again to kill Rook, I think.
Objection!
No? There is an obvious flaw in your testimony.
You're right, and it's my greatest flaw of all. Perfection! My testimony is so airtight, you couldn't find a contradiction in a million years. Why don't you try again, Edgeworth? The pressure's clearly getting to you.
There's nothing I can say to that. I'll just have to go over the evidence and his testimony one more time.
I think that's right. I think it's just, like, try
The
presenting
wrong
gun,
evidence.
maybe?
Yeah.
Objection!
No?
No, I guess not.
Oh, this is new text. Whoops.
It holds a lot more water than your pathetic rebuttals, Edgeworth. How long are you going to keep picking away, hoping for a break? Face it, you're outmatched. Maybe it's your head that's holding water. Can't be much else in there.
So there was no contradiction after all. I need to stay calm and think everything over again. Maybe?
Maybe?
Objection!
Oh.
Huh? I have your proof right here.
That's your proof? I think you've been working too hard, Edgeworth.
Not the gun itself, the evidence it carries. Evidence that will prove once and for all that it does in fact belong to you.
I'm looking forward to this. Go ahead, make your move. What's about to come into play? The rook? The bishop? Not a pawn, surely.
The evidence the gun will provide takes the form of... fingerprints? Fingerprints. Namely, your fingerprints, Mr. Knight.
Objection!
My prints? Of course my prints are on the gun. You handed it right to me when you gave up the evidence. How could they not be on there?
Objection!
What if I told you there are prints on a part of the gun that you shouldn't have touched at any point?
What? Where? You can't prove that.
Oh, but I can. There is a place where your fingerprints could never have been left if things happened as you say. Allow me to present the final piece of evidence that will bring our game to its rightful conclusion. Oh yeah, the bullets. If he didn't swap out the gun, then he shouldn't have touched the bullets. Right?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Here, look closely at the cylinder, detective.
2 bullets fired. But where are the prints we're looking for, sir?
You did indeed switch the guns when I handed you the evidence. But if that were all you had done, your deception would have been easily detected. Because the number of bullets fired by each gun was different.
There were 2 spent bullets in the gun we found.
Yeah, what about Mr. Knight's gun?
We know that he fired 2 bullets from the stage into the balloon. And he fired another bullet into Mr. Rook, ending his life. So 3 bullets in total, plus the few odd ones he let loose in shock during our little game. And after each shot, he reloaded his gun out of habit. With his bare hands, of course. Officer, where exactly were Mr. Knight's fingerprints found? The ones you mentioned in your report?
There, they were found on the exterior of the weapon, but also on the bullets themselves.
I'm not sure they could have gotten there just from me handing you the evidence, Mr. Knight.
That's...
And there we have it. Proof that you did indeed switch the guns. This gun, the one which fired the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, is yours. And in taking his life, you are the true assassin.
I didn't...
Checkmate.
No. I was going to be the new chief of security. That blasted Rook. If it hadn't been for him, I would have been in charge by now. I would have been in control of the whole team. My plan was perfect. The fake assassination was supposed to be flawless.
Detective Gumshoe.
Right away, sir. Curse you, Edgeworth! Our game isn't over yet. I...
I'm afraid this is as far as we go for today. The next moves we play will be in the courtroom.
But it's not fair! It's not fair!
Mr. Edgeworth, I owe you a debt of gratitude. You exposed the murderer within the ranks of my own personal guard. I will not soon forget that. He's suddenly very presidential again, now that we're back outside the plane. I saw it, you know, when I first proposed the fake assassination to him.
You want me to handle it, not Rook?
Rook refused, but I can rely on you, can't I?
Of course, sir. You can count on me. I'll put together a plan that can't possibly fail. And he'll play his part like the pawn he is.
The hatred in his eyes was plain to see. He despised poor Rook. I was not entirely comfortable about moving forward with Knight in charge of our little deception. And looking back, I think he sensed my discomfort. I can't help thinking I played a part in his decision to end Rook's life. Mr. President, none of this would have happened if you hadn't plotted to fake an attempt on your own life. That was your crime. And it is a crime you will have to live with. You are right. I can only apologize for the part I played. No, I'm Edgeworth, not right. And I will no doubt be made to pay for my actions in one way or another. But I thank you nonetheless. You solved the riddle of Rook's demise, and for that I shall be eternally grateful. I will be here in your country for a little while longer yet. But when I have returned home, perhaps you will visit us in Zhengfa. You will always be welcome.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Y'all don't know how grateful I am. All's well that ends well.
Miss Lloyd, the accusation of murder made against you was of course entirely groundless. But the fact remains that you were a willing participant in the staged assassination attempt. The police will no doubt wish to speak to you about the matter. You should be aware that you may well be punished for your actions.
I know. I'm awful sorry about everything. Truly I am.
I understand your desire for a scoop, but there are limits.
There sure are. I got me some serious thinking to do. You did it, Mr. Edgeworth! That was something else. Local prosecutor solves assassination conundrum. Earns eternal gratitude of president. How's that for a headline? Hey, there's my department. Mr. Prosecutor, how does it feel to solve such an important case? You must be over the moon.
She certainly doesn't stay down for long. No comment.
Dang, you're one tight-lipped son of a gun.
As well I should be. This case is not over yet.
It isn't? How come, sir?
Because until we unravel the story behind this, the case will never be completely over. Huh?
Take that!
So, sir, that's...
Heh. So you see it? Do you understand exactly what I'm trying to say? That's not the right piece of evidence.
Sure, I'd love to, sir, but I don't have a clue.
Drat, it seems I picked the wrong piece of evidence.
I thought you were talking about to kill her. Guess I was wrong.
Oh, right. That. No, that is precisely who I was talking about. Or trying to. Mr. the Killer has yet to complete his assignment.
You mean he might still try to murder the president?
I hope I'm wrong, but if I'm not, this could all blow up into something more sinister yet. As one would expect with over the attempted assassination of a president, the case was all over the news, and my preparations for Mr. Knight's trial were constantly interrupted by requests from the press. There wasn't a person in the land who didn't know about the case. Everybody was talking about it. But in the midst of the frenzy that followed, nobody noticed that this was only the first move in a game far bigger than any of us could have imagined. That's Turnabout Trigger done.
We did it, team.
We did it.
Good job, everyone.
All right. Ow, fucking. Where are we going to throw you guys off to this time? I'm going to mute myself for a sec. Let's see who else is online right now. Where do we go? I think I might know already. Yeah, that didn't take long. Yeah, we're going to be raiding Delta. She is a friend of mine. She's playing some Zenless Zone Zero right now. She's just chilling. So that's where we're going off to. Why am I still angry? That's better. Anyways, I hope you all had fun with Turnabout Trigger. We will be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. CET, not 8 p.m. as usual. That's 12 p.m. EST for the captive turnabout. Reason we're doing it a bit earlier is because it's a pretty long case, but we're going to try and slam it out in one sitting, just so we don't take like ages to finish the entire game. So tomorrow we will be online 2 hours earlier than usual for the captive turnabout. And besides that, 6 p.m. CET. So 2 hours earlier than we usually start. That being said, I hope you guys had a lot of fun tonight. I hope you guys have a good night. And I hope to see you back. As usual, you can always follow me on Twitter at OffHeroNovaVT if you want to keep up with me. I will also be uploading my schedule later tonight for next week, so you have an idea what I'm doing next week. I make food then. Yeah, normally we haven't eaten by then as well. We're gonna have to figure that out. I have no idea how, but we'll have to. Anyways, thank you for being here. I had a ton of fun. Thank you to my lovely voice actors for joining me once again. And that's about it. I'm going back to my spaceship. I'm going to snooze for the night. I hope you guys have a good night as well. We're raiding Delta. She's playing Zenless Zone Zero. Please say hi to her for me. Oh yeah, wait. I'll drop my raid command in chat. So you guys know what to use to raid her with. I should really make a bot command for this, but I'm lazy. Maybe I'll get on that tonight. My Twitch is being weird. Oh, never mind. Raid's going through. Bye!